The council meeting, next three. Council meeting on the 13th of November and the council meeting on the 8th of November as well.
All right, would someone like to move Councillor Daniels' leave of absence? Councillor Brindle can't move it, Councillor Nixon seconded it. Councillor Daniels granted leave of absence to the next two next three general council meetings there. As written by the item of the act there. So everyone happy with that? Moved and seconded. All in favour? Against? Thank you. And with your indulgence, Councillor Daniels, we do wish you all the very, very best of luck, and God willing, everything happens as well and as happily as it possibly can. And we'll see you back here when you're ready. Right. Councillors, which is a segue into probably some peace and quiet, and the time we might take to welcome Pastor Rod McClellan here from the Emerald Presbyterian Church. We have discussed many things pastoral, I guess, in some cases, Rod, and also the important things like record times for park run on Saturday morning. So we've actually covered that pretty well, and Pastor Rod is actually praying that his endurance actually improves. He has a competitor at the moment that's giving him some grief, so I guess we're all chasing something. So what we're doing today is looking for some guidance. So from Pastor Rod, I'll hand it over to you to lead us in prayer. Thank you, Pastor Rod.
Thanks, Gary. I'll come to you with apologies from Steve Gelatley from Baptist Church. I'm taking his place today. He didn't make it. But as I've done the other times I've joined you guys, I just want to share a story from the Bible, a short one, and then I'll lead you off in prayer. When I was a kid, I think maybe I was about 8 years old, I told my older brother, I was feeling bored, and he said, "We'll read something," and I said, "What should I read?" He said, "Read the Bible," and I said, "Well, the Bible's boring," and he said, "Well, just read this bit," and he turned to Judges chapter 3, and I don't know if this is a familiar story for you, but it's still one of my favourites, so I'm just going to read it out. It says, "Again, the Israelites did evil in the eyes of the Lord, and because they did this evil, the Lord gave Eglon, king of Moab, power over Israel. Eglon came and attacked Israel, and the Israelites were subject to Eglon, king of Moab, for 18 years. And again, the Israelites cried out to the Lord, and he gave them a deliverer, Ehud, a left-handed man." Now I'm left-handed, so this is where the story started to get interesting for me as a kid. The Israelites sent Ehud. The Israelites sent Ehud with tribute to the king of Moab. Now Ehud had made a double-edged sword about a cubit long, 1.5 feet, which he strapped to his right thigh under his clothing, and he presented the tribute to Eglon, king of Moab, who was a very fat man. Doesn't pull any punches. After Ehud had presented the tribute, he said to the king, "Your Majesty, I have a secret message for you." And the king said to his attendants, "Leave us." And they all left the room. And Ehud then approached the king while he was sitting alone in the upper room of his palace, and he said, "I have a message from God for you." And as the king rose from his seat, Ehud reached with his left hand, drew the sword from his right thigh, and plunged it into the king's fat belly. Even the handle sank in after the blade, and his bowels discharged. Ehud did not pull the sword out, and the fat closed in over the handle. Sure you can see why I enjoyed this story.
Yes.
He shut the doors of the room behind him as he left, and he locked them. After he'd gone, the servants of the king came and they found the doors locked, and they said to themselves, "Well, he must be relieving himself in the inner room of the palace." And so they waited and waited, and they waited to the point of embarrassment. But when he didn't come to the door, they took a key and unlocked the door, and they saw their lord fallen to the floor dead. All this time while they were waiting, Ehud got away, and that day Moab was made subject to Israel, and the land had peace for 80 years. Now you can imagine why as an 8-year-old I liked that story. For all the reasons I still like the story today. You know, he was a left-handed hero. There's heroes, swords, gore. There's a bit of toilet humour. All things that I still get a good decent kick out of. But stories in the Bible like this about Ehud are meant to point us to the big story of a bigger, better saviour, one who has the power to save for more than 80 years, but that's Jesus Christ. Jesus came to destroy the enemy, much like Ehud did, but the enemy is sin and death. and he defeated it at the cross, making sacrifice by his own blood. So Jesus, in his case, his weapon wasn't the sword, but it was love. The story of Judges and the story of the Bible just goes in and out of this sort of thing. That they do evil, God sends a saviour. They do evil, God sends a saviour. And for me, you know, even I, a minister of the church, I see and feel in myself this great capacity to make the same repeated mistakes and to need a saviour like that. So that's a bit of my story as well, but I'm going to lead you in a very short prayer now, so it's not to take much of your time. Dear God, I pray for our good counsellors here this afternoon. Pray that you'll help them to govern and lead with loving sacrifice. And we pray for your blessing on the business that they'll conduct today. And Father, help us to own our failings, help us to confess them, and help us to look to you for deliverance. Forgive us our sins as we forgive those who sin against us. And thank you that you are a God who saves. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pastor Ross. Yeah, that's...
Well, that's just...
Yeah. Oh, there you go. Well, the warm camera back, it's not the video doing. All right, councillors, back to the, I guess, the agenda today, the confirmations of our minutes to the previous general council meeting, which was on the 25th of September. If someone was present, like to move those, moved by Councillor Sypher, second Councillor Benders. We'll just cast our eyes over those councillors just to see if it's shaped up as we remember it. Sorry, Councillor Bennett.
Just a query on what's the page 7,
Yes.
where we're voting on Councillor McIntyre abstain from the matter. Being in the room, is that he abstaining still a negative, or is got to leave the room, have to be registered?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I can answer that question, and this is something we've talked about on a number of occasions. The changes in the legislation that we're applying as we deal with elected members' interests don't require the councillor to leave the room while the vote is taken by those councillors that are able to vote. However, as I've reported before, the advice from our solicitors, King & Company, is that best practice suggests that the councillor should not be in the room when the vote is taken. So we've adopted a practice now where, and this is the exception, what we're looking at here, adopted a practice where the subject councillor or councillors leave the room while those that are able to vote can consider the matter. The other part of this that's quite interesting is that our rules of debate and the way that we conduct our meetings are based on the Westminster system, which under that model, while you can abstain under that model, the local government application of that is that you cannot be in the room and abstain from voting. If you do, it's to be taken in the negative. So when CHRC confronted King & Company with this challenge when the new laws were enacted, it was taken that this may well be the one exception to that rule. It is a contradiction to say that the councillor in question is not entitled to vote, yet they're in the room, so they're not entitled to vote. But the rules state that anyone that's in the room that doesn't vote is to be taken in the negative. So convenient and best practice to not have them in the room for that. So this is I suppose, a contemporary local government issue that hasn't been resolved yet. And I can't advise council on a clean way forward with this. The word abstain is probably what we should amend, Mr. Mayor, because in local government you're not allowed to abstain from voting. So perhaps a better choice of wording would be Councillor McIntyre did not vote on this matter. Now that still doesn't remove it from the scrutiny that I've just described around the interpretation of the Westminster system, specifically how local government conducts its meetings. But it's probably a less offensive word when we regularly use the term you're not able to abstain. So perhaps an amendment may well be Councillor McIntyre did not vote on this matter, and we leave it at that, and it has to be one of those questions yet to be clarified through changes of approaches to conflict of interest. I'll end, Mr. Mayor, by just repeating that the advice from King and Company is that they believe that when the new print run of the guideline for meeting conduct and conflict of interest is produced, it will most likely contain the recommendation, and it may result in a legislative change, that the councillors in question may not be in the room while their peers consider whether or not to have a conflict. Until that day, it really is open to councils to do it as they please, with no real consequences, except that of it doesn't line up with all the other examples of voting. So I think we have to be satisfied with where it's at, but I encourage council, and it was good to see in the committee meeting held today, that discipline of the subject councillor not being in the room while the matter is considered. If we can get into that discipline, we're demonstrating best practice until such time as it's recognised in templates and forms and ultimately legislation. I hope that satisfies the question. So I recommend that amendment be, Councillor McIntyre did not vote on this matter.
So councillors, you'll note that obviously it's recorded underneath that particular agenda item. So there's a reference to the section of the Act that Councillor McIntyre, I guess you'd say, declared his interest. So as the CEO rightly points out, in lieu of, I guess, another direction around that, certainly that is then recorded against that particular agenda item in those minutes, and there's a reference to that particular part of the Act. So, Councillor McIntyre, Councillor Mill, coming in. All right, we'll pick up. Councillor, any other questions, other queries? Okay, we've been moved and seconded. It's been moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Daniel. So, all those in favour? Yes. With that amendment, obviously, that Councillor McIntyre did not vote on that. Right. Review of outstanding meeting actions, councillors. There's a single page there with a little bit over the back. Is there any queries on those? There 21 obviously matters under consideration. There is some activity on some of those in subsequent reports in this agenda too. Right, councillors, we'll leave those there. Well, in terms of the upcoming agenda items there, that's provided there obviously to give you some guide. Is there something else that needs to be in there? Is there any help, councillors, need to be added there, not on the short term? All right, it sits there as a record. All right, councillors, just having had that explanation from the CEO, here we go again. Material personal interest, conflict of interest or personal gifts and benefits, anything to declare?
Mayor, I will have, if the community minutes are going to be brought to this meeting this morning, I'm chairman of the Emerald Neighbourhood Centre. They are a successful applicant.
The latest round of
The latest round of community grants. I'll believe that, as chairman, I'll feel that I've got an interest, a major interest, and I believe in option one.
Yeah, I think that would be a good thing.
So I think councillor, that's under option 1 of 175. Option 2, declare the interest and will leave the room. And when those minutes actually come to the table, and they do come at a later agenda item. Thank you, councillor.
And actually, can I take advice on that, because I left the room this morning in the community standing committee because I'm the vice president of the Neighbourhood Centre. So do I need to declare it again and leave the room?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Daniels has dealt with her interest by declaring it at the Communities Committee meeting, and that committee decided that there was a conflict, but it was appropriate for Councillor Daniels to remain in the room. So that's been done.
Right.
There's no need for that to be repeated here at this meeting. There is also a school of thought, and this comes up from time to time, that Councillor Bell's interest may not need to be declared either, but it is better to err on the side of caution, and he used his discretion to declare that. And as I understand, Mr. Mayor is not turning it over to council to make the decision. He's declaring and leaving.
Thank you, councillor Bell. So that's under 175, option 2.
And I do qualify that, Mr Mayor, because it is important, and it's something we should revisit. I find that CHRC is somewhat of a leader in interpreting this conflict of interest provisions, but what we're about to do today is accept the minutes from those 3 committee meetings. It's a mechanical process. We're not relitigating whether or not we should or shouldn't have done something. And it's for those reasons that I'm a strong believer in Councillor Bell not needing to declare, or at least if he's declaring that he should be able to stay. But at the end of the day, it's the elected member's prerogative, and he's exercised that. But it is a body of work that I believe we should continue to flesh out with our legal advisors so that we've got ultimate clarity, because it's difficult for elected members to, I suppose, do anything but err on the side of caution with interpreting these new rule changes until it becomes more commonplace and natural.
Just through the chair, if I could just ask you to explain, why do you think that he didn't have to really declare it as the chair of that organisation? Why is that?
Because what we're about to do, Councillor Syphon through the Mayor, is
just endorse those others?
yes.
Oh, yeah.
If we were to debate whether or not we should be fiscally supporting that entity,
Yeah, no, that's fine.
by all accounts. But the point I'm trying to make is, at the end of the day, it's the councillor's discretion.
Yeah, no, I was just, yeah.
Councillor Bell's exercising his. My view and advice is that it's not necessary, but that needs to be backed up with some legal support to say that it's not necessary. If anything, it's healthy for our council to demonstrate a conservative and cautious approach to all conflicts of interest, and we are doing that. We've got a good track record of doing that, and I don't want that to change, but I do believe there's a need for more clarity around these issues.
Right, so Councillor Bell's declared that that'll be in item 21, which will be later agenda item around the presentation of the standing committee minutes from this morning. Thank you, Councillor Bell. Any other interest that people want to declare? We're just getting good at it, so I was hoping we might. All right. Thank you, everyone. Petitions, Mr. CEO, no?
No, Mr Mayor.
Okay, look, into the body of our agendas, councillors, the first part is on page 17, which relates to the Smart Cities Week Conference, there's a report there, and I'll hand over to General Manager Daniel Fletcher to lead us through. Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through you, councillors, this report is being brought forward for a number of reasons. Earlier this year, I presented a report which indicated that there were, amongst many of the Smart Cities conferences across Australia, 3 in particular that were of importance and would have relevant information to Central Highlands Regional Council. One of those being in Melbourne, which Councillor Daniels and myself attended, one being in Cairns, which Manager of Planning and Environment, Councillor Bell and Councillor Godwin-Smith attended. And the third one being the one I'm proposing here, which is the Smart Cities Council Australia New Zealand Smart Cities Week, based in Sydney later this month. As an extension to that, Councillor Syphon also requested in the Community Standing Committee last month that we bring a report forward for the opportunity for councillors to attend and update their knowledge around the Smart Cities concept and how it can be applied across our region. So you'll see there that the dates are the 29th to the 31st of October, and then we're putting forward the opportunity for any councillor to nominate themselves to attend this particular event. All the details of the program are attached to the back of the report as well, if there are any questions.
Right. So any questions, I guess, notwithstanding the opportunity of conferencing, anything else about that Smart Cities process that you want to ask? Well, Daniel has this agenda item in front of us. And the recommendation there is obviously, in the background there is obviously that councils be identified to attend those. I think that's probably some of the same dates that LGAQ is on.
It's the exact same dates.
Yeah. Which is a little bit unfortunate, but. So any councillors interested in attending it?
Yeah.
Councillor McIntyre, Councillor Syphon. Happy to do that? Right. Well, the recommendation is there that we authorise those councillors and they've been identified to attend that on the 29th and 31st, so those councillors Syphon and McIntyre. So someone happy to move that? Moved by Councillor Nixon, second by Councillor Daniels. All in favour? Against? Thank you. Thank you very much, Daniel. All right, councillors, 12.2, which is the next agenda item there, which is a community reference group of project, regional project funding. I do note that significant communities team out here to watch this particular agenda item, and rightly so. I'll leave Daniel to do the introductions. Thank you, Ben.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. I've got Suzanne, Bernadette and Annette down. Councillors, this report specifically is focusing on the budget allocation towards the CRG project. So you'll be aware the $160,000 that was originally allocated and split across capital and operational budgets, or capital and operational projects, I should say, has to date not been activated towards any projects. We have received 29 specific projects from the CRG groups, but importantly, there's a process we need to get and need to discuss with council and work through how this might look, and the team to piece together this solution here. So, Suzanne, if you want to detail that.
Thank you. Thanks, Daniel, and through the chair. So this report follows on from a special planning advisory group meeting that was held last month on September 10th to address how council will disperse the $160,000 that's been allocated to fund this financial year. So during that special meeting of this community planning advisory group, a request was made that the community development unit review all CRG projects that have been submitted to date to provide a recommendation regarding which projects are shovel ready and which could be completed by the 30th of June 2009, so within the current financial year. Within this report is the community development unit, they were also requested to propose a method for expending the remaining CRG funding through the existing community grants model. I'll pass you now to Bernadette Frawley, our Coordinator Community Engagement, who will tell you more.
Thanks, Suzanne, and through the chair. In total, 29 CRG projects were assessed. Projects were assessed based on whether they are already part of council's long-term financial planning, whether the CRG has sought funding through grants or other sources, whether they have in-kind support. 7 projects were identified as shovel-ready and are recommended to receive the CRG regional project funding. 3 are operational and 4 are for capital works. Funding these 7 projects will utilise $69,000 of the available funding. This comprises of $60,500 of the $100,000 capital budget component and $8,500 of the $60,000 operational funding component. The operating projects are the Blackwater CRG newsletter, the Emerald Art Trail booklet, and the Gemfields Volunteer Recognition Who We Are event. The capital projects are the Capella Bakehouse Oven project and 3 signage projects made up of the Blackwater Town sign, Capella signage renewal and Tieri Town signage. For the capital projects, a project decision framework has been completed. A whole of life costing has also been completed for the Bakehouse Oven project, given its cost to complete as well as future costs to maintain. To produce these financial documents, the Community Development Unit has collaborated with Council's finance team. The Community Development Unit are also working with Council's infrastructure and facilities staff to develop a strategic regional signage plan. This plan will help Council to establish a consistent approach to signage. It is recommended that the remaining $91,000 for the CRG projects be reallocated to Council's Community Grants program under a new category titled Community Improvement in the next funding round that closes 28 Feb 2019. The new Community Improvement category will be open to all community groups, not only CRGs, making it more equitable for all communities across the region. I'll now pass it back to the floor and to the chair for feedback.
Well, Councillor, I think there's obviously clear direction about the discussion that's had recently in the CPAC meeting, just to, I guess you'd say, get a really accurate position of where projects are up to, and I guess process around that. So I guess it's over to councillors. Sorry, Councillor Cycle, yeah.
Oh, no, it's fine, I just saw it.
Right,
Yeah.
it's in there, yeah.
No, I'm not talking about that.
No.
No, the question I was going to ask, I've just seen, was in the new category, what is the cap? Was what I was going to ask, so it's 20,000, isn't it? Yeah, up to 20,000.
Through the chair, also I have a question about the new category. Will there be additional scrutiny or a different application form to include that community grants program? And, you know, I guess, does it need to have an endorsement from the CRG for that 20,000, or is it open to any community group?
Through the chair, so the new category would be similar to the current two categories, so we've got community assistance and support grant. So it will have its own application form and its own criteria for weighting the assessments. And when it comes, it will come with the other community grants to be endorsed by the council. And
So do they need to be endorsed by the CRGs?
no, so one of the weighted assessment criteria would be around if it has, if it's been recorded in the minutes or supported by the CRG. So it's only one aspect of the weighting for the assessment, so they could potentially, a club who is not a CRG could potentially apply and not have the CRG support, but it will still be eligible and assessed. It's just a weighted question, so if it has got CRG support, it would be weighted and marked higher, potentially, or in that weighting, it would get a higher mark if it has CRG support and has been noted in their minutes, if it's been noted in their action plan or their strategic directions document. So we tied the application back to the CRG in that way, but it is still open to everybody, not just to CRGs.
Yeah, I think that's great.
Sorry, councillor Ross.
So, before we endorse this, do we get to see what all the criteria are for this?
Like you're reading our minds.
So yeah, through the chair, we have developed up the guidelines and an application form. So they're ready pretty much to go to the graphic designer and just make it look all cohesive with the original one. But generally, yeah, we drafted it up and involved in that was doing the selection criteria and how they would be weighted. You know, what weighting we would give to, like I was talking about before, what weighting we would give to if it's been noted in the strategic directions, and what weighting we'd give it if it's been noted at CRG meetings. Yeah.
So through you, Mr Mayor, just to follow on from councillor Ross' question, that methodology has been applied to these projects?
So this is a new process.
Oh, right.
Isn't the existing projects that have been evaluated to date have been evaluated as per the criteria in the table in the report?
Right.
Moving on, the balance of
And that's why I was seeking clarification. Do you want to get your hands on the criteria and amend, or is it just a matter of seeing the criteria and leaving it to the group to determine the criteria?
Well, you may see it, you may want to amend it.
Well, that's true too, but I just wanted to clarify. That will set the tone for the report, seeking, if you were now seeking agreement from council for the criteria.
What group are you referring to?
Oh, Community Planning Advisory Group, CPAG.
Well, that's all of us.
That's right. And that's my clarification is
Go back to
does
that group.
CPAG, have the power to set the criteria? And if it does, that's one thing, that gives it that autonomy, or do you want it, the full council?
Well, I think given that the explanation and it said that projects that aren't necessarily involved with COGs can actually be successful, I think all of us would like to see it. I think that's fair enough, and if it's distributed and there's no amendments to it, well then we can bring it back and adopt it in a couple of weeks.
That makes sense. Well, I've got the attention of the council, Mr Mayor. If I can through, you just asked a question in relation to one of the projects to Suzanne, or a member of the Community Development Unit. With project number 2, which is the Blackwater Town sign, for clarification, is this to backlight and improve the existing sign, or is this to create an additional sign, or is this to create a replacement sign? Signs.
Through the chair, it's for a new sign, so it's for there'll be the numbered sign with where to find what, so a tourism sign for when caravans pull up, what they can find.
Yes.
Where the parks are, where the shopping centre is.
Oh, no, makes sense. Thank you. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
All right. Well, councillors, I guess the consideration will be now that we're going to make a recommendation here that splits those will adopt the first part. Only at this stage. So, are there any questions before we do that?
Why can't we endorse the establishment of a community improvement category? We're not endorsing the guidelines here today. I think the concept of the community improvement, I don't see anything wrong with the recommendation that's there, but I think.
It was just a mechanism that, for instance, if we did find something that wasn't completely.
I think there was an agreement.
Yes, I add the words, sorry for interjecting, councillors, through the mayor, it might accommodate the will of council if we would add the words to the end of clause 2, subject to approval of criteria by the full council.
Yep. So come on back if that's what you want to do, I'll.
Yeah, make it simple.
No, let's not come back to it.
All right. Is that all right?
Yep.
Happy with that? All right, moved by councillor Brindle, seconded councillor Daniel. Looks like we're all in everywhere. That's looking promising. All right, moved and seconded, all in favour? Against? Thank you. You're against?
I'm a happy chappy.
Okay.
Carry that.
So that vote is 8-1, is it? That's correct? Yeah. Just digesting that result there, right, councillor. Thank you very much, Community Development Unit. Thank you, Daniel. 12.3 is the development application update for September. I think Ryan was here early setting up for that. Kirsten, and I'll leave our General Manager Daniel Fletcher to lead us through that as well. Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through you, councillors, our monthly update for you to bring you up to speed on the development applications that have been received. You'll note, in addition to the table here, I'm not sure if councillors have had the opportunity at this stage, but we have successfully acquired Joseph Kirkwood into the role of Coordinator of Development Assessment Department. And yeah, we're very excited to have him on board. Obviously, that role is pretty important to our region to continue to progress a lot of work. So this is an opportunity for Joseph to come along and talk to you about a little bit to do with our DAs over the last month. But I think Ryan's going to take it away as he normally does.
Right, gentlemen, just before he starts, a couple of things here. Certainly acknowledge and welcome Joseph. Obviously, had the opportunity of meeting a few people down at Yammer the other day. Certainly down at the special industry area, or the in that stormwater study. So Joseph's actually been out there and had a look around that very important area there. Second thing is, I think, Ryan, would it be a special day for you today, would you think?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, it's my 40th birthday.
It is your 40th birthday. Well, I thought
celebrate,
well, I thought it was important, Ryan, there was conjecture going around that you certainly did look 40, so it's working out. But anyhow, happy birthday, Ryan, and I'll let you get on with your presentation.
Thank you, David. Good afternoon, councillors. Mr. Mayor, through you. As of the 25th of September this year, we currently have 31 development applications lodged with council for assessment. These have been summarised within Figure 1 of that report in terms of its respective use categories, and they typically include those material change of use, reconfiguring a lot, BWOPs or building works accessible against the planning scheme, other and extension or change applications. Of these, reconfiguring a lot have now overtaken minor change and extension applications and is closely followed by new street activities. 13 of the 31 applications trigger impact assessment, which of course requires public notification as part of the development assessment. 14 of these applications trigger code assessment, and the remaining 4, by virtue of being for extension or change applications, didn't trigger specific level of assessment. As always, should the need arise, time can be scheduled to discuss any specifics related to these applications with the Manager of Planning Environment as well as the Assessment Manager. Figure 2 of this report gives an overview of the number of applications for the third calendar month of the 2018-19 financial year, and they include applications received in the system decided. In order to align with the agenda deadlines, the reporting of these application numbers consist of and include applications up to and including the 25th of the month. Since our last update to council, the planning team received 9 new applications and decided 8. Table 1 provides a synopsis of these applications, including the application type, lodgement date, location, applicant details and approval status. Of the 8 applications decided, 1 was for building work accessible against the planning scheme, 4 extension to currency and or minor change applications, 1 for reconfiguring a lot, 1 for a combined reconfiguring lot material change of use for a renewable energy facility, and 1 for material change of use for a transport depot. Mr. Mayor, as councillors are already aware, public is able to access development information on decided applications using council's track system as it becomes available. And as an example, a track search for development approval COB001, being the material change of use, a combined application for material change of use and reconfiguring a renewable energy facility, yielded the following results. And I asked Belinda to switch me over so that I can show the councillors.
No, it's not showing on the screen. I've got it changed over to the guest.
No problem. I'll fly blind here a little bit. To give you a little bit of a description about this particular development approval that was granted, it's also known as Bedford Weir Solar Farm, and it was for a 50 megawatt solar farm within a 140 hectare lease area. It's approximately 6 kilometres south of Bedford Weir, 17 kilometres north-northeast of Blackwater, and 70 kilometres east of Emerald along Blackwater-Karura Road. Curragh Coal Mine is located 280 metres to the east of the subject site, and the Bedford Weir Quarry is 3.7 kilometres to its north. Ergon Electricity Easement A encompasses the subject site in the leased area. At this point, it's anticipated the construction of the development would take approximately 6 to 12 months, depending on the construction methodology employed by the contractor. Construction traffic is anticipated to be approximately 76 vehicles per day during construction. It is furthermore anticipated that impacts arising from these construction traffic would be able to be mitigated adequately, given that the Blackwater-Karura Road as a key transport route has already been constructed to a sufficient standard to cater for heavy vehicle traffic servicing the Bedford Weir Quarry. According to the applicant, approximately 100 jobs will be created over the whole of the construction period, with approximately 60 field staff during its peak construction. Given the close proximity of the town of Blackwater, bus transportation between the development and the Blackwater construction workers would be considered as an option. The nearest sensitive receptor is located on the adjoining property 220 metres south of the development on lot number 2, and will be buffered to some extent from the development footprint via a 5 metre wide landscaping strip. In accordance with the requirements of the Planning Act, the applicant undertook 15 days of public notification from 3rd of July and up to and including the 24th of July, during which time nil submissions were received either in support or objection to the development proposal. Following the assessment of the development proposal and subject to compliance with the reasonable and relevant conditions of approval, it was concluded that the development proposal complied with the relevant assessment benchmarks under the Act, and it was therefore recommended for approval. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As always, I'm happy to take any questions and request that Council receive this report.
Well, thank you very much, Your Honour, and that was probably the only one I was going to ask you a question about exactly what that was, so you obviously preempted that in 5 minutes. So, Councillor, is there any other questions about any of those applications, whether pending or otherwise, or new? So, Councillor Nixon?
Just have one perspective about the solar, what's it got at least 10 years?
Yes.
So they're going to pull it out?
So at least 10 years, the Planning Act essentially prescribed a maximum of 10 years without requiring a reconfiguring a lot if you create a lease. If you exceed 10 years, you need to obtain reconfiguring a lot approval, so you need a development permit to do that. A lease still is not the same as a subdivision in itself, it's not a permanent thing. So essentially what the developer would do typically would be to sign a lease with a landowner that would exceed 10 years. At this point, for this particular application, that was 30 years. There is an option in some cases for the lease to be extended beyond that. However, at the best guess, at this stage, what has been submitted, put forward as part of the public notification was that the lease was going to exceed 10 years with the potential of 30 years and the potential for it to be extended later down the life of the development.
So that's in lieu of actually subdividing.
Correct.
So Ryan, does it attract the same, I guess you'd say the same headworks charges as if it was considered freehold or reconfiguration, or is it different?
That's an excellent question, Mr. Mayor. Because no new lots are created, and the lease is essentially a temporary, albeit exceeding 10 years, it doesn't currently affect the infrastructure charge. It is something that could potentially be reviewed in the future. However, if we think about where this is particularly located as well, this particular development in itself, on its own right, doesn't require any stormwater infrastructure. It doesn't require any storage, and it doesn't require any water supply. The only real infrastructure, council infrastructure, from what I can see at this stage, would be dependent on the road, which in this instance has been constructed to a key resource transport route grade or standard as such. So again, this is, I guess, where it gets a bit grey between the lease and subdivision, whereas the subdivision would attract that infrastructure charge, at least at the moment, it does not.
So does that answer your question?
And makes it more complicated.
Well, it does. Well, the concern is precedent, obviously, and I think the question about, is someone likely to see that as a potential way of sitting on the site without having to contribute? I'm not saying that they would attract any charge. Let's just say it wasn't particularly well accessed, then how would we treat that?
So that should affect the valuation on that whole property?
I guess that's a better question for the rates department. However, obviously there's a new use that's been established over that land, and one would reasonably expect that that the valuation of the land, because there's additional value added to that land, that will potentially affect the valuation of that land to any potential buyers. Development approvals go with the land, so when somebody on-sells a development permit, that is current, whether that use is commenced or not, then obviously they're buying something with value, and a use that's been approved at the land obviously adds to that value of that land.
So that will be the only kind of income that we will get from that operation?
What I'm talking about, I guess, is this is freehold land.
Yep.
So obviously, if the person who owns this land is to on-sell this property with the approved use of that land, the purchaser would essentially be the beneficiary of that use.
Well, I guess, you know, as I say, you heard the comments, I mean, I wasn't aware that that sort of option was available under we actually, you know, approve a development application over a leased area rather than.
Because with, like if someone wanted a house built on that, they could do that too. Which kind of lies against.
So, Mr. Mayor, through you, if someone wanted to build a house on that land instead of doing a solar farm, absolutely, they're well within their rights to provide it doesn't trigger a development, permit requirements or settled development, they could go ahead and build their house. I guess it's no different to somebody that does not have that lease area over it. That lease is attached to some extent to the use itself. So, I mean, if we think about it in terms of the use for the solar farm, wouldn't exist, or the lease wouldn't exist if the solar farm wasn't there. It kind of hinges, one hinges on the other. So, does that, I guess, answer the question to some extent?
I think we're setting a massive precedent.
Sorry?
The precedent that potentially we're setting here is a feedlot lease something, they can do that without triggering all the infrastructure costs or any others.
I guess if a feedlot was to be submitted, that would be able to be assessed on its own merit, including that leased area. A lot of these solar farms do, and I guess this is one of the ways that they are able to satisfy some of the land scheme requirements across the, you know, different tribes or council jurisdictions, where a lease area essentially can be established over that. And I guess you could probably apply the same principle to some extent to a feedlot. However, if a feedlot was to be lodged, and if they wanted to have a lease area that would exceed 10 years, they still would have to apply for it. And as part of the application of a rural, within a rural zone, they would be subject to the same requirements, including public notification, where people could lodge submissions either in objection or support of that.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, just to clarify, Councillor McIndoe, your question about the infrastructure charges, they would be associated with the MCU component of the feedlot. So if someone was to, say, lodge an application for a material change of use for a feedlot and then enter into an arrangement for a lease, there wouldn't be the headworks charges associated with creating a new parcel, but there would be the headworks charges based on the size of the feedlot and how it's rated within the system. And Councillor Nixon, just to clarify for you, in that instance, if someone decided to build a house on that property and then do a reconfiguration of a lot and then a new lease for 10 years and build a second house, they would still have charges associated with one aspect of the development through the material change of use component, not necessarily through the reconfiguration of a lot. But again, that lease type arrangement is considered with respect to the material change of use because it's a combined application, so you wouldn't support a lease arrangement for certain types of uses that.
No, I'm actually thinking of on a rural property where a family member wants to build a house. Like I thought it had to be a certain size and it had to be actually subdivided before they could do it. And I'm just wondering how that doesn't apply in this situation.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there are provisions for secondary dwellings and the size and provisions around amenity and aesthetics with those secondary dwellings on these large rural lots as opposed to an annexed unit on a more suburban lot. So there are certainly rules and regulations in this scheme in relation to the secondary dwellings.
Well, I guess it's just a case of, you know, this is certainly a variation away from what, you know, I guess it's a nice black and white planning scheme looks like. And the thing that crosses anyone's mind is, you know, is this going to set precedent around, is every solar farm now going to say, well, look, we don't need you to reconfigure a lot or go through that elongated process and attract that scrutiny, we'll just lease this portion. And I'm not saying it's then it's seen as some sort of circumventing, well, there's a difference between one and the other, but I mean, what it raises is the question of all these sort of, I guess you'd say, in effect, quasi reconfiguration of lots on areas of land that we would not consider or consider too small in the rural zone or et cetera. I mean, that's the concern here.
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor. I guess when I think of it from a planning perspective, and I think of a large-scale subdivision where a reconfiguring of a master plan, reconfiguring of what is applied, obviously there's infrastructure charges levied on that land. And the whole idea is that when somebody purchases that block of land, just to get a house on it, that they don't pay that infrastructure charge. The developer that's going to pay that charge. That's a permanent title that essentially can be owned, that is unsold when that person purchases a block of land and builds their house on it. In this particular instance, obviously being a leased area, I guess following on from what the manager said earlier on, the focus is typically obviously the infrastructure charge attracted, the use attracts the infrastructure charge rather than the bigger lot, or in this case the lease itself. Solar farms under our current adopted infrastructure charges policy attracts a nil charge. And that's the most recent one, obviously there. So that's not the same for all users, and obviously feedlots would be subject to its own charge and rate under the specific policy.
All right, any other questions? This turned out to be a longer day than you thought, Ryan.
Well, another question, but I just think it's a good, I mean, this has been a planning practice forever, and then 10 years lease is as long as you can go without having to do a subdivision, and I think that's not a bad planning rule. And in actual fact, what you're allowed to do here is to do things such as a solar farm without disaggregating a lot. So you haven't got to do a subdivision, this thing can disappear in 10 years. If you've got the money, you can afford to put it there. You don't need to go to the bank to borrow money, you know, against the land. Whereas I think Councillor Nixon, if you were going to build a house and you're going to have a house for 50 years, you wouldn't put it on a 10-year lease. You probably wouldn't get the bank to give you the money to put it on a 10-year lease. So it's not used, and it hasn't been used in the past indiscriminately. It is something that's been there and allowed people to do things that are more short-term. 10 years is short-term sort of stuff. And if you're going to invest in a feedlot or anything else, then I wouldn't be putting on a bloody lease unless I had a 100-year lease. And in that case, it would have to go into a plan and get a regime. So I think it is a good tool. We've probably should have been encouraging people previously to use it as opposed to doing subdivisions in places such as our irrigation scheme and using this lease provision because it fits the solar farm 10-year life perfectly.
It does if it's a 10-year life, but what's to stop them in 9.5 years putting another lease together?
Okay.
That's right.
But come back to
It can be for 30 years or 50 years.
But if it's over, the next one is over 10. Yeah. And now
We've set the precedent, so there's no way that we could ever oppose it because we've already given one.
Oh, there's a reason you could, but I'm just saying, you've got a lot of good faith in between all that, between people, different companies and different organisations. So it's never been, I don't think it's ever been abused that I've seen it in this area, anyway, in this council. But it is a handy tool to use for things like this, or for the short term. But and probably fully funded. And as I said, if you're relying on external funds from a bank or some other funding agency, they would probably want more than 10 years, in regards to the land guarantee. If the assets that they were investing in weren't going to give huge returns in 10 years to pay back the loan. So all I'm saying is that there's a whole lot of commercial stuff that takes over and I think provides some security in regards to leasing when you prepare it. So I think it's not a bad planning rules being put on top.
There you go, councillors, we're learning something new every day. It'll be easy to see how it works, so well done, Ron. Okay. Right, councillors, sorry, do you have a question?
No, it's good.
All right, councillors, well, the recommendation is that we simply receive that report and thank you for that very good information. Someone have to move that? Moved by Councillor Cypher, seconded by Councillor Brindletone. All in favour? Against? Thank you. Thank you, Ryan. Happy birthday to you. Sorry.
Just a note, within the descriptions there, or the properties description, can you please put the actual address, just to make it a little bit easier, because some of those I have no idea where they are.
Number 5.
If you put if you do put the identifier into the track system, you can do that.
We'll do that.
What do you say?
Mr. Mayor, thank you, through you. Yep, absolutely, we can do that, it's no problem.
And so just street address and lot and plan would make it easier for you? Just to confirm?
Just the town mostly.
Yeah.
What the plan is important.
Right, so if you had that filled in, that'll, yeah, it's a good one, use track. All right, thank you. All right, councillors, 13.1, which is moving on to corporate services. And that revolves around the first report about, obviously, the report on the audit committee meeting. General Manager Jason Bradshaw will lead this off.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon, councillors. This report is to serve for the minutes of the latest audit committee held on the 28th of September. Probably two key issues relating to that was the receipt of the audit report and the closing information regarding the 2017-18 accounts. They were officially signed off by the Queensland Audit Office on Friday, the 5th of October, which is just gone, and we've received formal notification of those. Our report will come back to the next general meeting of council detailing the annual accounts. The second point to note, there was an internal audit and the findings associated with contracted services, and there are some actions there for us to further pursue. The other point of note, there was a fairly long discussion around the go live deferral regarding the implementation of the Technology One software. Further actions resulted from that, where we'll seek to have a meeting with Technology One to talk about some of those issues and the influences on the deferral. That date's still to be confirmed. We're trying to hold that certainly over the next couple of weeks as best we can in terms of getting the timing together, and it's certainly seeking some other advice and representation on how we might continue to implement that project. A further report went to the Leadership and Governance Committee earlier today, detailing some of those influences on that project deferral. Happy to take any questions, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor, questions? Councillor Goldman-Smith.
Mr. Bradshaw, in relation to the status update of Technology One, I would encourage you to take some direction from this council in relation to seeking a meeting with Technology One as soon as possible. I note that this was a discussion at the audit committee meeting that I sat in on for a section of, and I would think that this would be a priority to set that meeting and have that conversation pretty quickly.
Well, I have a response through the meeting, if I can. There's some aspects of this which we're not able to discuss in a public meeting, but rest assured, efforts are being made to secure that those meetings. I'll use the word plural because it's probably going to take a staged approach to achieve what we need to achieve. And as the General Manager points out, there's a number of steps that have to be undertaken, and at this stage those meetings, your council will be represented at those meetings by Councillor Rolfe, who is the, forgive me if I get the title wrong, the council rep for the Toto project, or the council law champion. I'm not too sure what the role is.
Just a council representative.
Council rep for the Toto project, Mr. Bradshaw himself and myself. So that probably involve a couple of trips to Brisbane. We'll be able to talk about that in more detail once we know more, but that's probably as far as we can go as public.
Any other questions, councillors? All right, the recommendation is there, that the conclusions of the recommendations there, and regarding the financial statements for the year ended 30 June. And the recommendation of the internal audit report on contracted services vendor performance management referred to the management recommendation. Someone having to move that. Second, Councillor Goldman-Smith.
Mr. Mayor, just before we put that,
yes.
Just in regards to the financial statements, that's normal practice, but normally the I suppose with this report, I would have thought we would have had a copy of the auditor's report. I've had a look at the past. I think only can talk about there were some control activities that were red spotted.
Yeah.
Talk a little bit about those. So have they been fixed and all that?
Sorry, 3 years to there. The first response to that, Councillor Bell, is the timing of the audit committee was such that we could have that report considered on the day. Last Friday, we received the final QAO sign-off. So at the audit committee, we only received the contract auditor's sign-off, which is from the company BDO that do that work on our behalf. The audit has come back with an unmodified opinion, but there is a issue in relation to the control environment and activities that's been reported in the traffic light system, and I'll report on that further at the next meeting of council when I can bring the full financial statements back to council.
All right, so it's been moved and seconded. We've had that clarification there. Thank you, Councillor Bell. All in favour? Against? Thank you. Right, councillors, 16.1, which is your tourism community engagement plan. General Manager of CHDC, Sandra Hobbs, here to present that. Thank you, Sandra. And Paul Thompson is here as well, which is our Tourism Development Officer.
No, two hats here.
Yep.
Thanks, Mr Mayor and councillors. Good afternoon. So I will just give a brief rundown and expand on some of the information that has been provided previously, and Paul will give a full explanation of the criteria that's part of the components on this. The Tourism Community Engagement Plan. So our proposal is that is to enhance and build on the Central Highlands tourism marketing strategy and the existing draft that has been provided previously to councillors for their review. So part of the purpose of the engagement plan that we've come up with is that before a tourism strategy can be developed, that we need to bring the tourism and business community on board with what that framework is and have input into the development of that strategy. And that the proposal has been developed around 3 engagement groups for that purpose, and Paul will give you a bit more of an explanation around what those groups are. There is a bit of a rundown of what those groups are in this report, just for your information. But certainly it's a body of work that we think is going to give us certainly more engagement and certainly more opportunity around how we grow tourism as a significant economic industry in this region.
Yeah, so we're looking at 3 groups, if you like, and the first one's the Tourism Advisory Panel, and the idea of this is a strategic advisory group consisting of regional and industry stakeholder representatives, and they can be really great key people within tourism. It doesn't necessarily need to be within the region, but the idea is that they can advise, advocate and assist the other groups and also the region to develop in the way it wants to. With that, looking at 2 council representatives, 2 industry representatives, CHDC board members, tourism development coordinator, myself, and 2 to 4 influencers within the region, whether it's Peter Holman from Outback, the likes of those sort of guys, even the likes of James Scotland, who has a great deal with Oz industry and working a lot with tourism. These sort of criteria of people, or these sort of calibre of people. The other group looking at is a tourism action group, and that's really a group to sort of like get things done and to try and work with the strategy, if you like, to try and implement the strategy as it gets developed. And they can also be, getting the direction from the advisory panel, from those key stakeholders above there, and looking at 2 representatives from the Tourist Alliance group, which is the other group, myself and RTO Regional Tour Operator representatives, like Capricorn Enterprise or someone from Outback Tourism, those sort of calibre of people, with the main aim to to represent, advocate, and generate, basically get things done from a strategy.
But Paul, just on that group, under the members, it has in the report 2 reps from each TAN group. Is that supposed to be 2 reps from the TAN and 2 from the TAP, or is it just 2 from the TAN?
It's 2 from the TAN effectively, so that we always consistently get operator representation, and that the action group effectively gets, advice and guidance from the advisory panel, so the TAP. And I guess the third group, which is in some ways probably the most important group, is the Tourism Alliance Network, and that's really trying to engage key operators within the region to become part of creating their own destiny, if you like. So getting involved, talking together, communicating together, and having a collaborative approach towards tourism strategy, and also engaging with, CHDC and other businesses throughout the region, so they're not an isolated business, if you like. And the idea could be with that, could be, potentially 3 to 5 network groups to make it, the region wide. Tourism operators, business supporting tourism and things like that. So a lot of people traditionally think of tourism as accommodation providers or, activities or things like that, so experiences. But certainly businesses related to that, like cafes, restaurants, also have a very good input into tourism. So it's trying to get that collaboration, and also events as well. So the events that are organised throughout with CRGs or the bigger events, the likes of GenFest and things like that. So trying to get that coordination and alliance going, and really just creating a, an opportunity to network, inform and inspire those operators so that they can, look at seeking continuous improvement within their own businesses. And with those 3 groups is really developing a strategy that is certainly applicable and going to be successful for the region.
So we're actually bringing this to council as a concept, and it's an engagement concept that we're proposing. We did have in the timings and deadlines a proposal there for that we were going to look at doing a tourism business and events forum on the 8th of November. What we're suggesting, of course there's been some delay in getting this to council and the progressing it, is that we actually use that date for the to bring together the representatives of the Tourism Advisory Panel to have a discussion about how this might roll out and what, and actually workshop some of the concepts that people see as a viable way to go forward on this, and the preferred mechanisms to do that. So, and then to have that forum, once we've got the vision and those groups together, to have that forum probably in, we're thinking February, March, so that Paul's got time to actually make the connection and build the knowledge and awareness with the other groups and the operators and so forth around the region.
And the main aim really is to have a collaborative approach to the tourism sector or the industry, because one of the things I found was that you go to like Springshore and that'd be representing some things, and you go to Gemfield, so there's a bit hit and miss as to what sort of information you would get. So it's really trying to have a coordinated collaborative approach, and also for those businesses to cross-sell other business. So, certainly when people are visiting Carnarvon Gorge, they're being told about, Blackdown, Tableland, Blackwater, Capella, Springshore, Gemfields, and vice versa, so that we're all part of one, homogenous industry, rather than thinking ourselves as separate entities within the region.
And what we're finding is that the expectation of the traveller and the visitor to the region is actually changing, and there's a lot of opportunities there that we can actually grow, even to the point where the potential of that traveller through the region is also a workforce potential for us, and how we actually grow that possibility. So I think our tourism operators have been operating in a very traditional manner, and that part of this strategy is about working with the operators and working with stakeholders and influencers and decision makers in our region to actually bring that industry into the future. It's an extremely valuable sector for us, for the economy, for this region. And I think it's not tapping its potential, and I think there's a lot of opportunity there that we can work with those people to grow. So there is a recommendation in there that we would like to request consideration by council to nominate 2 representatives to be part of that tourism advisory panel and to be involved with us in growing that into the future as well.
Well, just before we get to that, obviously we have the opportunity of I guess fitting this particular discussion at our strategy meeting. So we had that opportunity, and I think Councillors, if you've got some more questions about how that structure might work, but certainly in the first instance, certainly it's important for certainly I think the region that the tourism strategy starts to advance, and this structure really gives us the opportunity of having that engagement. I think that we've been missing it, I guess, looking around and seeing where that might come from. So I'm very, very keen to see this, obviously, make that happen. I mean, we've waited a significant period of time now, and I think we've had the opportunity of looking at and gazing at our options and realising that certainly our future is in our own hands. And whilst you say this is a concept, the reality is this is probably articulating probably what I think the regions wanted to do. And I guess at the end of the day, right or wrong, we will be the master of their own destiny by creating our tourism strategy with people that are engaged in it. So, Councillors, I don't know whether any other comments to make.
Just one question. I know we talked about it at the strategy meeting. It's a lot clearer here, that relationship between TAP and TAG. But I'm still just not clear, the TAN, the Tourism Alliance Network, would it be someone like yourself, Paul, that would be the connector from one group back to the other two?
That's right.
Yeah.
And the idea is to have, so that the operators don't feel disengaged through the process. They may be felt engaged initially, but rather than drop off, they will be selected. The idea is to have 2 representatives from the TAN to go up into the Tourism Action Group, and I'll be there as well as there. And then there's the conduit seeking advice and assistance from the advisory panel.
And then 2 from the TAG group go into the TAG.
Yeah.
So, and that's, Paul's very strong that it's a bottom-up approach, and we don't feel it's up to us to impose a strategy onto the sector, but it's about working with the sector to develop the future of what the industry is, so that, and there's engagement in that. So, and I think there's been some feeling of isolation between different areas, and while it's very difficult to bring a whole region together as one, we feel that this is a process that may provide some connection in that way. There's no denying we're a big region, and it's always going to be a big region, and tourism operators do find it difficult to get together because of the nature of their business, and they need to be there. But I think the communication strategy that comes out of this is really important as well, and the linkage with the marketing strategy, which has been presented to council in the past, and how we actually grow that component of it as well is really important.
Just in regards to the purpose, a strategic advisory group consisting of blah, blah, blah. Who are you advising? What's the group advising?
Yeah, well, typically what happens is, I guess if you look at the operators that are keen to develop something or develop their businesses or their tourism area, then there's the action group, that wants assigned to actually let's make it work. But sometimes it falls over because they don't actually know how to go about it. So then it's dealing with the advisory panels, who the key influencers are, or advocates for that, whether it's seeking grant funding or submissions or trying to knock on the right doors to get that idea across.
Yeah, so
it can become a reality.
Is TAG advising down or is TAG advising up?
Oh, TAG's effectively advising.
They're having input.
They're there to get things done. The main aim of it is to represent, advocate, and generate. So to get things done, like within the sector, but then seeking advice from the Tourism Advisory Panel on how to get it done, and also getting advising Tourism Alliance Network, where, well, actually, this is really vital, this is how we can go about it, or look, it's not really suitable for us at the moment, because we're not mature enough, so we need to maybe develop over the next 12, 18 months to become like an international product, a ready product, for example. So that it's sort of like a 2-3 way communication strategy.
The advisory panel is probably more that it's the level where it might be things like state development, which are working in other regions to develop tourism strategies, and they have input into TEQ and they're that higher level government policy and decision makers. So it's a bit like the CHAR group. They're the group that is able to provide some clear direction and information that will give us a better direction of how to actually progress and get some positive outcomes for the strategies that are developed through through the tourism strategy. So, there's always going to be, when it comes to funding and development around tourism, there's always going to be some government influences or industry influences that we might not be aware of, or that we need some support and advocacy in developing that, and that's where that gives us some of that capacity. But we felt it was really important that the operators have the opportunity to be part of that process, which is why that representation is on there.
I guess the reason where I'm going with this is CHDC is our economic development. Put a recommendation forward to seeking 2 councillors to be a part of it. When you read the actual, what are you calling it, the members of the group, you actually really have 6 already, or 4 already. You've got 2 councillors, board members, you've got yourself and Paul.
Yeah.
You're looking at, a situation where we're currently, got some, I guess, windage or windage or whatever it's unfolding. You're bringing 2 more councillors in to our economic arm or business part. I just have concerns that we're bringing another 2. We dropped councillor, after the departure of Councillor Lacey, we dropped that councillor off that board. You've already got 2 councillors on the board. I'm asking as to why we're bringing another 2 councillors.
So this isn't the board.
Sorry?
This isn't the board, this isn't CHDC board.
No, you've got, in your members, you've got 2 CHDC board members.
So, and what has come through discussions with council is there's been significant discussion about councillors wanting to have more involvement in how tourism evolves. So that really is what's influenced that component.
I might jump in there because that's the missing point that we haven't talked about in the conversation. We don't know exactly where we're headed, and that's why there's a need to have some elected member representation on this TAP. I see that TAP will be leading upwards as much as it is downwards, and there's perhaps a better way we could have graphically represented the synergies of the 3 groups and how they will perform in an impact and an outputs manner. We could do that, but I think if you're all understanding that the leadership needs to occur from the TAP upwards to CHDC and CHRC. CHRC are financing CHDC to deliver tourism. We're financing it to a certain amount. That may not be enough. Once the TAP has a chance to operate and define the strategic direction for tourism in the Highlands region, that might inform investment or policy decisions in how we do tourism, how we build capacity, how we attract new market participants, etc. We don't know, but I think given that it's an issue that's important to us at CHRC and CHDC, having some grunt on that TAP enables it to push downwards into the TAG and spread outwards through relationships at the TAM, but most importantly, and this is the key point I'm trying to make, lead upwards to both CHDC and CHRC to inform those policy and investment decisions around tourism.
And the CHDC directors in that role are directors of CHDC, not councillors.
That's right.
Well, they have responsibilities that cross over, but their role are as directors of CHDC as opposed to being 4 councillors on that group.
Yeah, look, if I support the proposal in my capacity as company secretary. I recommend it to council. I do know that we've got 3 directors, 3 other directors here as well that might like to add value to the conversation. But having those additional 2 councillors there will help the discussions. I see it playing out like it is much as it is now. We're talking about a change here, doing something different in the tourism space. So if we've got the extra councillors as well as the councillors that perform the directorship roles on CHDC, we've got a greater chance of trying to align or influence the right decision making for the industry, for the sector. It does need this, I believe, council in its infancy. Perhaps in a couple of years' time we could review it and we might be able to streamline memberships and even the role of the 3 groups. It's hard to know, but the value I can add is that this has been an issue that we've struggled with for a number of years, and we know that we can do better. We already, the multiplied benefit from the tourism sector is huge. We've seen the RevPAM reports, but we know that it's largely untapped, and that's where we don't know where we're headed yet. Just that we want to make it, we need to do more, but we don't know what. And this council is quite conservative, and it's not about to hand over additional funds to CHDC to deliver tourism. unless it is supported by a good strategy, a smart strategy.
Good, Councillor Roll.
Mayor, just to support the Tourism Alliance Network, that there's, when you go talking to tourism in Queensland, you have Tourism Events Queensland, you have QTIC, you have there's so many associations and organisations within the Queensland tourism industry that I think this is really important for us to be up there with them, be able to actually talk with them, all of right from government right through all the other organisations as well.
And yeah, through the chair, I was going to add, I agree with what Scott was saying, that we need to do something, and this is a great structure to start with. I still have questions around, the 3 levels, but you've got to start somewhere and just sort of work with it.
I think to get rid of the others, that, we've had the opportunity, I guess, certainly over the last 5 years, as I suppose, effectively that sort of impetus and force of sort of regional inland Queensland tourism really started to sort of manifest itself and actually shape itself, and see the organisations will certainly, it is our region, the response to it. And we've been very conscious of, and I know the council discussions over a number of years has been about, our slow transition away from, I guess you'd say, the peripheral part of a larger RTO to a place now where we really understand our products, and we're at that level where we're conscious of the fact that, it is a big step for our region to go forward and probably take a little more, take that last little autonomy. But this advisory panel is those key stakeholders that will give it, give it this best shot, and that'll be members of this council, members of the Economic Development Corporation, and your operators and that structure. But at least will give us, at the very start of this very important decision-making process, at least that capacity to actually give it its best chance for success. And I think, I'm sure that like anything, as it grows and matures, there'll be some changes to it, just as is what happened in a review of our housing corporation and certainly the Economic Development Organisation. So the reality is that, it might not be perfect at the start. I'm not suggesting it's not, but I think that the breakup of the panel is important. And I think it really is a chance to, in sort of, I guess, concert with the fact that Central Highlands tourism strategy is kind of overdue. This is our best chance of making sure that it's directed as well as we can, but have the flexibility going forward. So that's.
And with this, it is a proposal at this point, because, and that's where with the workshop of the tourism advisory panel in November, that's the opportunity to flesh it out a bit more too, and get people's input into what that is. I think that, and the work that Paul's done since he's been here is that the operators have been feeling isolated from where their support networks are within their industry. So whether the RTOs are their support structures, how it works in the region, the work that's being done, and the investment that's being made by CHRC, and many of the councillors are involved with tourism development through their CRGs and the work that they do in their regions anyway. So, and those conversations in the discussions and the workshops around the tourism strategy and marketing in the past have highlighted that there's been gaps. So I think what we've tried to put together is a structure and a process that enables us to start moving forward on that. So, we're not wedded to any of this. It's a proposal. The Tourism Alliance Network is something that has been informally happening across the regions anyway. It's the ability for those 5 regions to have a network of where they come together as a tourism network in their own areas as a peer support group. Whether or not that actually sits in this process or whether it's a separate process and they still are engaged into that tourism action group, it could be there or not. But it's, that's a network of businesses, the same as many other business networks involved.
So through the chair, it was mentioned, you mentioned it again there, and I read it in the report, the 5 groups. And I think we were at a meeting only a fortnight or a month ago where Councillor Cypher mentioned Peak Downs and it was going to be added into the list of 5.
I just think.
There's nothing firm about it.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
We haven't identified who the 5 groups are. It might be 6, it might be 3.
Getting back to the other thing, is it now the time to ask the question, do we bring, because potentially you'll have 4 to 5 decision makers, councillors, on this advisory panel, is it time to ask the question, do we bring tourism back under council, away from CHDC?
If I can probably jump in and respond to that. I'm sitting here because I'm trying to sit here in my capacity as the company secretary for CHDC. But that does mean a responsible CEO of CHRC, and that's what you're getting now. That is always council's prerogative if it wishes to do that. In fairness, this is the first short time that CHDC has had full responsibility for tourism, noting that its responsibility in the past has been for the operational side of tourism, or the delivery, the VIC management, not the strategy. Council has always held on to the strategy. And this is the first time that CHRC has asked or requested that CHDC take full responsibility for tourism. And this report is a response to that. At the last strategy meeting, and it's important for me to say this for the benefit of the General Manager and for Paul, because for Sophie as acting GM and myself that presented the report last time around, there was a general support for the concept. There were questions around the synergies and linkages between the 3 groups, and the graphic that's in the report seeks to explain that. I can see that probably doesn't do it that well, but I think you get enough of an idea for where the carryover or the overlap is to try and get the synergies between the groups. But the point I wanted to make is, while it's council's prerogative to decide how it does tourism, for now the direction has been, or the expectation is that CHDC has a responsibility. This report is just saying how it would like to go about it, and the report is a check-in to see if you think CHDC is on the right track or not, provide some feedback, advice that will be taken on board. It is a new area, and as the General Manager is pointing out, we can't have all the answers now. It's important to have this initial meeting and help develop it as we go along. The important factor that's different here is, unlike the previous responses we've had to tourism, this is taking a response in some depth to it, so that we get something change that's sustainable, some direction that's meaningful. It's not a matter of just throwing money at it. The council is well resourced and it can put more money into tourism in a heartbeat. That's not the point. Where do we put it? How do we go about it? How do we make it the right investment? These answers and more will come through the leadership of Tourism Advisory Panel. So as CEO, just a reminder, you can do what you want with tourism, but for now you've asked HDC to deal with it, and this is the conversation where we're at the moment. Thank you, Mr Mayor and councillors.
Right, councillors, the recommendation is there that we're looking for 2 councillors. So as I understand it, there'll be board directors Christine Roll and Megan Daniels from CHDC would be the CHDC representatives on that advisory panel. And we would need 2 councillors to be nominated today. So is there 2 councillors who would like to do it? Councillor Cypress one.
Councillor McIntyre.
And Councillor Nixon's indicated he'd like to be on there as well. So Councillor, do you agree with that?
I think so too. Yep. I would endorse both those nominations.
Right.
So, endorse me if I put me in.
Well,
I thought you said
we have a ballot.
We can go to a ballot if you would like.
Put 3 on
That
there.
would be a secret ballot.
Yeah. It's up to you, councillors, this is the boardroom.
What's that?
I said we've got 2 nominations, so.
No, Councillor McIntyre.
Right. Well, councillors, we've got two councillors there, Councillor Cypher, Councillor Nixon. The recommendation is there, so we're not as representatives. Would someone like to move the nomination? Moved by Councillor Daniels, second Councillor Gale Smith. So we'll move in a second. All in favour? Yes. Right, thank you. Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Sandra. Thank you, Paul. All right. Well, I think, are you delivering this one as well, Sandra?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, councillors, you may have seen 16.2 as a farm fine dining update. Liz Alexander came and went, I suspect. And Sandra, the General Manager, CHDC, will deliver that report. Thank you.
1 o'clock, see, that fine dining, 4 o'clock, 1 comes in.
Sorry, councillor Bell, the only sample I bought was the booklet.
Don't have to deliver this recipe in it.
So councillors, I just, this report is to bring to you information in relation to the report on the 2018 Farm Fine Dining event that was held in Brisbane in August, on the 14th of August. It was our 3rd event, and it was held at Regis Fortune Valley in conjunction to align with the exhibition event that was on at the time. So you have the report in front of you, but I'll just go through some of the highlights that have come out of that. The event is specifically targeting the opportunity to profile the industries and the products of the Central Highlands region. We find it's very difficult to get some of the high-level audience that we're able to have at that event to actually come out to the region. And this was a mechanism that was implemented 3 years ago to actually take our region to those people who decision makers and significant stakeholders in being ambassadors for what we actually develop in this region. So you'll see in the report that we had the Honourable Mark Furniston, Minister for Agriculture, the Honourable Sterling Hinchcliffe, Minister for Local Government, and Lachlan Miller were some of our politicians that were there. In addition to that, we also had a number of Directors General and CEOs, not just of government departments, but also of significant industry stakeholders. You will see in the booklet that I provided to each of you this afternoon is it highlights the menu and the stories of some of the products and the producers that come out of our region. But this event particularly, we profiled the lemons, limes, mandarins, potatoes, pumpkins, free-range organic eggs, peanuts, certified flour that was milled into bread rolls and bread. We're also able to showcase the beef, both grain-fed and grass-fed beef and lamb and sausages, as well as honey and macadamias throughout that menu. Our local producers are extremely supportive of the event, and a number of those attended the event and actually produced and told their story, presented and told their stories. With those influences that were in the audience, it has become very obvious over the last 3 years that there's been significant value out of that. They've actually become our ambassadors and promote the region for us. For example, a week after the event this year, I was at a meeting in Brisbane, and the mayor from Cook Shire actually approached me, and he'd been told by Daniel Gershwin from TEQ to make contact with us because he actually said that this type of event was something that would be of significant value to that region. So, as I said, they become our ambassadors and tell our story, which is certainly of significant value. We have been trying to showcase a product or project that we've actually launched at each dinner. So the first, 2 years ago, we did the Central Highlands Agriculture More Than You Expect video, and this year we also had the capability statement that was provided to those people in attendance. And many of you would have seen some of the information. I do have a PowerPoint just of some images. Many of you would have seen some of these images on social media and during that event, but also since that time. You'll actually see that, so people had a pretty good time, and we're pretty impressed with what was provided, and got very involved in, if you just roll it through, it's just photos. got very involved with the image, with actually doing some photos in the, and distributing those through their own networks. So there's been some positive outcomes, not just this year, but across the years. And the information's there on what happened at the event. And there's also some analytics there as well in relation to the social media that was provided. Yes, if there are any questions.
Just a comment, I might add that later on today, councillors, when you consider the report for your upcoming meeting dates, we'll have to consider when that farm to find buying event is for 2019 and how we accommodate that with our council meetings, or whether we do accommodate a change just as a side issue.
In addition to that, for the next one, we're actually looking at a different venue as well. With the 3 years of the exhibition has been very valuable, but now it's time to change it up a bit as well, and to change that, where we look at where that goes in the future.
So would you still look at coinciding it with the ECA, or?
I think in terms of the date, the discussion has been around the week before, if it interferes with the council meeting, but I think the beef judging happens the week before, so we're still looking, I think, and that's a discussion that can be had, but yeah, I think the discussion has been still around that ECA time, just as part of a promotional opportunity as well. The directors and Councillor Goodwin-Smith was also at the event, so whether or not people who were there would like to give some feedback on that as well.
Well, I reinforce everything that you've said, Sandra. It was a fantastic event, and I mean, I've had the privilege of attending on behalf of council to all 3 events now, and I can see how the event has grown and the value of those relationships, how that's coming back to benefit our council, and in terms of how our stories told more broadly. It's just so valuable. But I do think it is time to give it a bit of a fresh start, a bit of a change, and so I'm really excited about that as well, but totally support.
We are getting some quotes and some connecting with some other venues, and there are getting some prices back, but there are a couple of chefs that I was talking to that are quite excited about that.
Sorry, Councillor Roll.
No, it's right. Councillor Goldman-Smith said it, thank you.
Yeah, and I was going to say very slightly, so did
Me too.
I think you can see when we have discussions with people that may have attended, that there is relationship building, and the fact that they're very aware of what the Central Highlands is, and they probably wouldn't have had that awareness without some of these steps in there.
And also the producers are saying that they've actually had some very beneficial outcomes of being involved.
All right, councillors, if there's any other questions?
No, just well done to be involved, thank you.
All right, well, the resolutions there, we received that report, so I have it. Moved by Councillor Roll, second Councillor Riddlecombe. All in favour? Against? Thank you.
You see the doggy bags down.
All right,
We nearly
Yeah,
are.
we
Let's
need
say
that.
the food that's
First
not-
potatoes. 16.3 is the Central Islands Accelerate Agribusiness. Sandy, you're going to deal with that as well? Right.
So apologies from Liz, she had another appointment that she wasn't able to change, so I'm presenting this on her behalf today. So as councillors are aware, CHRC made a significant investment into supporting the agribusiness program 2 years ago, and recognising that agribusiness is a sector in this region that has been a mainstay of economic growth and opportunity. It's also an industry that is growing and is very innovative in their approach. But for the value of this region, the industry is one of our most significant industries, and recognition of that is being provided by CHRC through CHDC with the implementation of the agribusiness program and the employment of the agribusiness development coordinator. So in 2016, CHDC and CHRC established the Central Highlands Accelerate Agribusiness Initiative to grow, promote and realise the value and opportunities for all businesses producing agricultural and food products, processing and providing other value-adding services in the Central Highlands. And this continues to deliver a strong collaborative project with the outcomes receiving national recognition. So CHAR is similar to a previous report. CHAR was developed, the Central Highlands Accelerate Agribusiness Strategic Advisory Committee was developed in response to how we grew that, the direction of that program and getting input into stakeholders from right across nationally, from across the sector, that we're able to provide some very strong direction and advocacy on behalf of this region as well. So CHAR has met 6 times since its appointment in February 2017, and the next face-to-face meeting is actually in March in 2019. There's a number of strategies activities that have been developed out of the CHAR strategy, based on the 5 pillars of production excellence, connected competitive supply chains, revered regional brands, ready for business and fearless invention. And in this report, there is an attachment which actually gives the strategic activities report and the status of those to August 2018. Some of the ongoing and new activities for CHDC and CHAR include, we'll be doing a second phase of the CHAR Roadshow. The Central Highlands Agribusiness Capability Statement, we commissioned an annual update of that with ACLL. But just to highlight the recognition of the value of that type of report, State Development Services told me on Friday that they are now commissioning that capability, a CQ capability statement to be done based on the value that has come out of the Central Highlands capability statement and the value that that has provided, and to progress and grow the opportunity for the whole of Central Queensland. So I think that's great recognition for that value. It also highlighted that the data that was being provided in traditional data mechanisms has been very vastly understated, and that we have been disadvantaged in that. So now we have the accurate data that provides us with that, the ability to lobby and progress more opportunities for this region. AgTech 17 was followed by AgTech 18 in Mungandai, and we'll be doing AgTech 19 again in Central Highlands next year. And those preparations are underway for the 7th of November 2019. The paddock to port tour was very successful, and there's been some significant outcomes with that, with some of our strongest supporters now being the ports and the activity that they've been developed, and some of their master planning has evolved very specifically around the benefits of those conversations in that paddock to port tour. So one producer in particular from that tour switched delivery of 3,500 tonne of mung beans to a new freighter service from Gladstone, and saved themselves a significant amount of money in that road freight cost. So they're the types of initiatives, the benefits that have come for our producers out of the initiatives that are being developed through this program. I won't go through all of those. The CQ Inland Port particularly has been a fantastic joint approach with CHDC with this program and CHRC in growing that potential, not just for producers in this region, but it's actually being flagged as a significant logistics opportunity that is going to grow on the state level and national level as well. So we've been very fortunate in the strengths and the skills and the knowledge of the coordinator, agribusiness development coordinator, who's been facilitating this program for us, and I think there's some very strong activity and events and opportunities coming in the future. So stay tuned. It's one of those strategies I think that is as we know, has been recognised with awards at a national level. And I think we're being looked at by other areas that this has been a valuable project that's been delivered.
Right, councillor, any questions?
Got one in regards to the announcement in Gladstone about the meatworks. What's that mean for, I suppose, our expectations? Does that mean one, you want to see who's all going to get, or?
So there's been, the feasibility study has been, has been updated so that we've got current and accurate information with the data that's come out of the capability statement. I think we've got it to a point where the information is available for any interested proponent. But I'll leave it up to CEO to discuss that further.
I can't add a lot more than what you just stated there, Sandra. Perhaps the Mayor might like to make a comment, but it's not, the recent announcement doesn't detract from our commitment to provide an opportunity for a greenfield processor to establish themselves in the Highlands. And to reiterate the point that the General Manager's made, we've been able to develop our collateral to a standard that reflects all the work that's occurred over the years into a shorter, sharper document that will help to facilitate that prospect. And the Mayor might like to comment in relation to plans for launch or any update in that area. I'm not sure if you want to add any value there.
Well, I think you're right. I think, you know, it was certainly put, I suppose, the whole industry short the other day when that popped out there, and I've subsequently spoken to, I guess, some of the councillors in Gladstone who are probably just as surprised. But I mean, the reality is, you know, we can only play what's in front of us. And I mean, we were part of, I guess, the state process around identifying and clarifying what were the potentially most significant areas that are likely to attract some sort of potential expansion of meat processing, particularly in Queensland, because it is quite topical. There was, I think, 29 separate opportunities that have been mentioned either by local governments or economic development organisations or groups. And the state obviously went through that process at considerable cost to identify where those key areas were likely to be, and we're identified in those 3 areas that were actually named in that report. And whilst I guess any meat producer with the prospect of another competitor in the marketplace would champion any abattoir, certainly in central Queensland, the reality is we can only go with the criteria that were set, and not being just content with, I guess, the state process. We took the view that there was obviously information and statistics and data that we obviously had the benefit of through the capability statement that we could add certainly to the provisions that the state meetings reported provided. So what we effectively have now, we expect it to be, I guess, fairly, I guess you'd say, comprehensive, is using the criteria by which the state identified the most likely key areas. And we've added value added to that by saying, and we've now hybridised the conditions that we see on the ground here and the logistics that we have access to and have provided and have been, I guess you'd say, verified. So we now have a report that probably overqualifies us out of the 3 areas we believe we're the strongest, and potentially provide logistics that would support us being the preeminent site in all of Queensland. And I know that certainly the trend within the industry is that there are more processing plants closing than opening, but the reality is that's how, I suppose, specific and sensitive this particular industry is. It's got to be absolutely spot on. We are very fortunate. We have people like Howard Smith and Ian Canley and producers within this region who are considered, I guess, in terms of the product that we purport to produce, probably some of the most preeminent experts in that respect. So we're just taking that pragmatic approach to using that practical approach, using the data that was identified through the processes of the chart advocacy program and project has espoused right from the start. So in a couple of weeks' time, we'll obviously deliver something that we believe will be as compelling as it can be. And having said that, it is the toughest business in regional Australia, meat processing. It has always been, I guess you'd say, manifestly difficult due to the conditions that even prevail right now. So as a local government that's responsible for not only our rural producers but all ratepayers, the reality is that certainly our advocacy has been very much around making sure that any prospect of this must be absolutely watertight as best it can be. And I think the report that we have now articulates a safer proposition as there possibly can be. So my great belief is that notwithstanding announcements in any other part of the state, ours is going to be based on, I think, fundamentally the soundness of prospects. If there is someone, a third processor, another processor, or someone wishing to expand around to their current operations, they will more than likely do it in the Central Highlands if they're going to do it at all. I would be happy to prove them wrong if that's the case, but I would certainly say in the very first instance that people will give themselves the best chance if they come here first. So that's prospectively what I guess the launch is going to be about. When we do that, Liz, when will that be?
So that will be at Meet the Food Innovators Forum, which is on Thursday the 25th of October. I don't believe I've had any RSVPs from councillors yet, but would love to see them. Well, except for maybe
Fine dining one.
and Alan, who's hosting this meeting.
So that's effectively, that document is at hand, and obviously there's an appropriate sort of launch we'll do at that stage.
Yeah, no, I was just saying, I've clicked the acceptance on my calendar, but obviously Marnie hasn't registered it. So,
Okay.
okay.
I think Marnie's been away too, so
Yeah, but I did that quite a while.
And just, I suppose, another opportunity just to provide some information of something an issue that's hit the headlines, I suppose, in the last couple of days. I'll let Liz tell you instead of me telling you about the glyphosate issue if people are wanting an update on how we're going with that.
I'm sure. Did anyone miss the Four Corners report last night? That's generated significant impact and flow on activity, which you possibly already be aware of as well. Most recently, this morning, Joel Fitzgibbon has requested a Senate committee review into both APVMA, the Australian Pesticides Veterinary Medicines Association, APVMA, for both its independence and its funding mechanism, as well as into the safety of glyphosate. Clearly for us in the Central Highlands, our entire cropping systems are completely reliant on soil conservation techniques, which require glyphosate, full stop. There's nothing else. I've spoken to both the grains and cotton and NFF contacts. We've been provided with information. We are pulling together with the assistance, with the unofficial assistance. Actually, I shouldn't say that because it gets muted, doesn't it? It'll be broadcast. So we've been assisted by very clever technical people who I won't mention to pull together what the likely impact would be for this region, so that when we take the delegation to Canberra next week and meet with Joel Fitzgibbon and with Minister Littleproud, we're able to accurately provide a scientific and economic position that they can then use in their policy delivery.
Just on that note, councillors, there's been a technical challenge that we're wrestling with at the moment, and that is that we are being live streamed in audio, but not visual. So obviously, through the mayor, apologies to all those avid listeners at home. We don't want to break the broadcast for fear that we won't get it up in any form. So we've taken the position to continue to broadcast just the audio. So. You can do that. You can do your emails.
All right. Councillor Phillips, anything else? Yes.
Through the chair, if I could take the words of our deputy, I'd like to commend CHDC and in particular the CHAR group led by Liz. I think they're doing an amazing job in this area and something that's critical to the economic development and something I'm passionate about. He's doing a tremendous job. Prior to CHAR coming on board, I don't. I certainly want to recognise the work that CHDC did before the CHAR group as well, and we're creating some really good stuff here, and I'm glad to see what we're doing. So well done to all involved.
Councillor McIntyre, appreciate it very much. All right.
Can I just get a non-agricultural opportunity, but who's keeping the brief now on the mining stuff that's happening? I mean, Bluff and Carabella making their recent announcements that Macca's going to do the development. They'll be starting the second half of next year, or early second half. Are we getting that out to all of our contractors, and then how do we sort of keep council informed and all that stuff as well?
So yesterday, and I'm not sure if you've got a copy there, Councillor Bell, but I gave out the Major Projects Development Register, which gives an update, well, gives a current status of all of those projects that we've been able to verify. And that's available on our website. We are also, that's this document, so that there's an August 2018. That's the development register we update every 6 months. We've also, just in relation to the resources sector in particular, so we've got a connection with the Queensland Resource Council and also through the Queensland Local Content Leaders Network, which is specifically around how we actually lobby, advocate and support to ensure that our regional businesses are getting the opportunity and the information of how to get business from those sectors, and that we're working through that network to ensure that the mining companies have a local content strategy where possible. But, and there's a, through our industry forums, so we had our resources sector forum in July as well, which provided updates to those. So we do have a number of networks and connections and information that we provide through our resources and services and e-news that keeps that up, that enables people to be kept up to date. Yeah, and through the industry forum. But, and I guess the next phase of that is that there's some other initiatives that we're working on currently, which will provide the potential through business and investment and engagement to have more direct connection with those resources sectors as well, similar to what we do with agribusiness. And that's an initiative that we're just developing at the moment.
No, I suppose just looking at the market announcement by Macca in regards to their company made on the 31st of August, it was very, very quiet. I thought, in regards to media from anybody, about what I suppose what they see is now that contract's been let, the start date's been probably announced, but it's considerable, investment into that smaller community, and I wasn't too sure how we're getting that information out as early as possible to everybody, including community. That they've been sniffing around there since about February 2014, but now that they've got going and things happening, there's a lot of opportunity there, and I think that I think our council uses them sometimes as well, but that group themselves are hopefully with their dump trucks and excavators and other equipment are going to extend a whole heap of opportunities here for small, medium businesses, whether they be diesel fitters, others and others, and try and keep as much of that local as we can. But anyway, I think it was a good announcement.
Yeah, if I could respond to that through you, Mr Mayor. Council used to employ a mining liaison officer. There was a role that was shared with Isaac Regional Council, and I guess that position enabled us to be very reactive to any changes in the mining sector. We had the latest information as soon as it was available, and the liaison officer's role was just that, to liaise with the different companies about their forward plans. And the newer companies coming online, and that was a decision not taken lightly by the last council to not replace that position. And that was done in full consultation with the Isaac Regional Council, so that FTE was used in another way. It's something that we should keep a watching brief on, and the key point is that council can't rely on CHDC to be its sole advisor in relation to those sectoral changes. If it doesn't, it would need a little bit of a rethink in how CHDC performs its role. It reports as per that service level agreement. So it's not, it's not at this stage there to give us all of those briefings. That said, we have been informed by companies and they come to us from time to time to provide deputations, and I guess it's how we react to that or choose to react to that. That might provide a comment from you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not too sure, but I just wanted to mention how we did things historically, but there was good reason for taking the decision to not replace David Brown. That said, it's a different industry at the moment, so local government's quite dynamic and it seeks to make a change in the future. We can certainly do that, but that's just a bit of history.
Yeah. Well, I think just the last three presentations we've had here with Santos, the new company, the new venture at Frederick Criner, and Carrot Wealth Resources came and actually spoke to us here. So those three companies actually delivered their strategy meeting recently. So I take the point forward. It's obviously want to keep abreast of those decisions now. The implications around them are quite different here too. So unless you're really dealing and negotiating with those fellows, it's easy to see where things might just not show up where you need to. So.
I think in response to that as well, I think many of those mining companies actually see that their responsibility is to report to council rather than the development corporation, and it might be that council, whether they refer, what that relationship is, might need to be clarified, and whether or not there is some further activity we can do on that. The other thing we find when putting together the development register is we can only share the information they're prepared to give us, and often they'll give council more information than they'll give us, and particularly when it comes to development applications and planning.
Right, councillors, I'm just conscious of the time. And I've got distracted heavily, so we actually moved that, Melinda, we haven't actually got to that. So, councillors, there's a resolution there that we received that report. Is someone happy to move that? Moved by Councillor McIntyre, seconded by Councillor Dobbin-Smith. All in favour? Against? Thank you. Thank you very much, Sandra, and thank you very much for your onerous contribution. But obviously very timely and well informed as usual, so thank you very much.
Thought I saw something come
And thank you, good to see you. All right, councillors, having taken your other seat, the unchanged tax. We're just looking at the council meeting dates for 2019, item 17.1.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, councillors, the dates are there, laying out the calendar year commitments for our council meetings. There's been some news just in since the compilation of this agenda, and we thought about issuing a late agenda report. There were already enough of those, so that change has been the setting of the Western Queensland Local Government Association annual conference at Longreach, and it will be from the 8th to the 10th of April. And I'd like to make a suggestion. Should we wish to have a number of delegates support that important event, which has been the history of CHRC, then perhaps we might like to reallocate the Tuesday 9 April general meeting to possibly Friday the 12th. If you're happy to have that on a Friday. If not, well, we can put it on any time, but that's just a suggestion. But otherwise, the report basically sets out those dates, and part 2 of the recommendation is that we continue with a community engagement event following the council meetings that are held at regional offices throughout the year. And they're identified as Capella on Feb 26, Blackwater on May 28, and Springshaw on October 22. Over to you, Mr. Mayor.
Right. So, has council had the opportunity of just seeing if they do clash, or there are other clashes?
Scott Mason, it's your birthday.
I've always worked on my birthday, council, so not much I can do about that.
Checking it's not interfering with your plan.
No. I've had my 40th, it's all good.
So Ken, I think what Sandra alluded to earlier, there in August, I think that Tuesday the 13th is around about when we normally have that dinner, but obviously I think.
6th has been proposed, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I think so, and we'll work around that.
So we can amend these dates at any time and we'll do throughout the year as long as.
It is a 5-week, April is a 5-week, so we get 5 Tuesdays, so instead of having it the 2nd and 4th, we could have it the 3rd and 5th. Yeah, if you were looking at that, jamming it up on the Friday to give it another 10 days break, you actually get a.
So the 16th and.
It's Easter.
Yeah, the 16th and 30th.
When's Easter? 21st of April.
21st.
21st.
Which is
That'd be better.
Yeah, that's get away from those
Get
holidays.
away from Easter. And
So was any reason why we couldn't do that?
No, it's a good idea.
All right, there we go, this is democracy in action.
So 16th of April and the 30th of April. Yes.
Councillor McIntyre, any other changes there, you reckon?
So hang on, what did we have Wednesday? Oh, that was a typo. Yeah, so there was a typo in the actual report where it says Wednesday next to the 23rd of April. So we'll just change that to Tuesday the 30th. So that gets us around the WQLGA challenge.
So, the other one was your LGRQ comments.
So it's in the body of the report, there's a discussion on that. So the finance summit is set for the 26th to the 27th of February. Just depends how council wishes to handle that. Traditionally, the mayor and deputy mayor have been delegates to that event.
No, wrong one, that's the civic leaders.
Yeah, true, good point. And both actually.
It's just the finances.
Finance and
It's
civic
open to
leaders.
anyone.
But yeah, the finance summit is the 26th to the 27th. And Marnie's outlined a few options there, so we either move it from the 11th and 12th to the 4th and 5th, and from the
You could do that,
from
Bring it forward, yeah.
the 26th to the 19th.
because you've got a fortnight from
Yeah, from the
27th.
end of the other meeting. And I mean, that's only kicking off in the new year, so we can do that.
So if you like, we'll make the changes on the run before Jeff, we look at it and confirm at the end. So if you got that fully done, so that'll be the 4th and 5th and 5th, or we'll put the 5th for the Tuesday. There's a strategy, follows general procedure, and the 19th of February will be the second meeting of February. And then we get down into some other possibilities that the Bush, well, it's not a possibility, the Bush Council's convention is set for the 6th to the 8th of August. And we've talked about the possibility of farm to fine dining. So really, we've got no changes.
No.
That's all good. And the suggestion around the meeting time is to come forward from 2:30 to 2. So Marnie writes in the report, some councillors have indicated that they would like to have the meeting brought forward to commence at 2 p.m. Issues with the earlier time arise for the first meeting of the month when standing committee meetings are held and a time frame to arrange for the late agenda to be issued, which includes the minutes from the standing committees. That raises another question I'll plan to bring up today, Mr. Mayor, but if council had an attitude, we could look at changing our approach to those standing committees and presenting the minutes at the next council meeting. They have the autonomy to make effective decisions, and if you're interested, I could bring you a report about what that would look like. The current approach is to do it all on the day, so anyway, that's for another day. But to accommodate the way we do things now, the suggestion is meeting time.
So can we happy to do that? Or? I just think going on current history, we're getting more at our standing committee meetings, and then probably our general meetings are getting a little less tight at the end, so perhaps you need the time at the start rather than at the end. So leaving it at 2:30 might be
2:30.
Doing it at night time.
Did you want to bring, and are we having issues with strategy, getting enough of our strategy reports through? I was just looking at start time for that second week. Monday, the strategy forum, that's a concern, isn't it? We haven't got enough time for strategy right now. Do you look at an earlier start time, like a 1 o'clock start time, to get a little bit more through?
Well, certainly you've got the option in the
first one.
The first one to actually start early if you want to, if you have the volume to start. This is a bit cut, of course, I know this is just my observation, but I mean, sticking to the times then dictates probably how people write their reports and actually set their agendas. You change it around and then, I don't know, my view is you just start to train people and get people sort of presenting, and I know there's times here when there's some very tight time frames, but the reality is, you know, when we stick to the times, I guess we just get better at that, I suppose. I don't know, that's just my view, that's one view. People have got a burning issue to change the times, just so, because I'm very much aware that people are working very hard, and I just want to make sure that they're as fresh and as capable as they can be, and if whatever that needs to happen, well, let's do that, so.
Can I throw something? Yeah. Now, this will be probably controversial. Is there any chance that we could have the steering committees on the Monday and the council meeting on the Tuesday? And you could even have the strategy in the morning of the Tuesday, but it is a huge day when you do steering committees and council meeting, and some nights we don't get out here till 5:30, 6 o'clock, and there's a few that have to drive a fair distance home. I really do, you're pretty brain dead, well I know I'm pretty bloody brain dead, after a day like today, and then I've got another meeting to go to tonight, and every night this week I've got another meeting to go to. You know, is it possible to do a Monday?
You want to come in Monday nights and?
No.
No, there you go.
But no, I mean Monday during the day, you know.
Yeah, no, well, I mean, that's a fair enough comment.
But even the nights would worry me. We talked about once about that house over there, Kerry. Yeah, so I mean, I'd stay in if I had to do the nights. But geez, I just think your brain dead all on one day.
So you're swapping strategy around for?
No, well, no, you'd have to have.
Just shift the standing committees, bring it
to
to
Monday.
instead of having to vote on one day.
Yeah.
So, you know, where we've had a strategy on Monday, and then chock a block the next day. Shift some of the standing committee meetings the day before, have some strategy if you want to, and then have the council meeting the next day.
And then
You don't have strategy if you want to, you have strategy or you don't have strategy?
Yeah, you still have strategy, you've got to have strategy.
Yeah.
So 3 standing committees on the Monday, plus strategy on the Monday, council meeting Tuesday, is what you propose.
Well, no, I suppose you're not as brain dead in the strategy, I mean, you're not changing it if you leave the strategy on that day, I suppose. I mean, I don't suppose you're changing it generally next day. Yeah. I was just thinking strategy in general on the same day, but that still makes it a late night. It's not changing anything.
We should take your strategy meeting, start at 8:30 and you start your general meeting at 2.
Yeah, start your general meeting early.
I think what's important is just to have a clear finish time, and that, well, I think that helps people plan then as well.
We'll see with the strategy, and I don't know whether this is intentional too, but I mean, you know, we're asking for a pretty comprehensive, in a numerically a large number of reports to go on strategy. It's a case of if you say, well, it's between 8:30 and 12:30, and that's it, whatever fits in, and then you have stuff that goes over to the following fortnight. If that concept's okay, I suppose at least puts us in a position where your key, your critical strategy stuff gets presented and it's ready, and the stuff that can actually be presented the following fortnight can be held over. That's where you've got some control over the finish time, because effectively you're not in a decision-making phase, effectively discussion. Whereas in meetings, you really want to stick to, I guess, and say that the opportunity of making decisions at that time. So if you want to do that and have a,
Look, I don't have any problem with all the standing committees and the general meetings being on one day. Not all of us are on every single standing committee. Charlie might be, he might have another view, but the reality is either way, it's always going to be a full day. So
Yeah, that's right.
And the only other thing I'd suggest is with our strategy the day before, maybe we could start a little earlier, because for me, if I'm driving up here, it doesn't matter what time I get here. I prefer to start earlier, get home earlier, and then be fresher for the next day if we've
And I think, Mr. Mayor, we did talk about starting a little bit later. It suited people's needs, but if council wanted to start early, you can still do that.
You're never going to suit everybody, I'm sure.
I would just leave it as it is, because you need to, if you are away on a Monday, you're going to have to get leave for both, for standing committees and also general business. At least it's all on one day, and you can run your diaries, whether it be away in Brisbane, if Scotty's got to go away, he may, or someone has to go away. They can't go away on a Monday, and then they can't go away on a Tuesday. If an ELT member needs to duck down to Brisbane to a meeting, or someone needs to duck down, they can go down on a Monday. But they're going to miss the communities meetings and the council meetings if we split them over 2 days.
I think the reality is, Mr. Mayor, we can make anything work, I think. If it's not significantly broken, it needs a tweak. The other point is that there has been a practice of council to give us extra time if we have a backlog of strategic items. So if we can prepare to do that, then we do build up a backlog and we can put on a half day here or there, or we can just.
well, I suppose, look, we've always got the first Monday, if we had started indicating we're getting a fair bit of stuff, we could go earlier. And that would be a flexible day. All right, let's work with that. All right. Well, look, we've changed. We've got the 4th and 5th of February, the 19th of February, the 16th of April, and the 30th of April. You've captured all 7
Captured those changes.
I expect you to be. And, yep,
State of
right.
origin. We don't do it on Wednesday anymore. Got to go to Wednesday to get
All right. Well, they're the times and dates, and I guess the reality is, apart from changing everything, that gives at least the bones of next year to start with. Someone having moved those dates and times? Moved by Councillor Middleton, second Councillor Belvin Smith. All in favour? Yes. Yes.
I'm not sure, Mr. Mayor, was that unanimous?
Yes.
Right.
I'm not sure. Right.
Just a couple of that.
Okay, now, later agenda items, councillors, and that relating to, obviously, this morning. Yeah, I'll make sure that we do this correctly too, Mr. CEO. You said this morning before I plunge on these, Councillor Daniels has discharged their obligation in respect of those minutes this morning.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's fine. Councillor Bell has declared his interest in certainly adopting his minutes for this particular agenda item, so he's going to leave the room.
And might I add, Mr. Mayor, as has been the custom, we've done these en masse, so it might be prudent to split them up today.
Oh, well, we'll do that on the purpose of this. Okay, so councillors, the first minutes that we're going, this is that for extra work for you, Linda. So the first minutes are there in relation to the Finance and Infrastructure Standing Committee meeting. Someone like to move those? Moved by Councillor Belvin Smith and seconded by Councillor McIndoe. We'll just cast our eyes over those so that we've been totally, perfectly.
Just did you resync it?
Oh, we haven't resynced.
Sorry, you haven't synced? Oh, can you sync?
Okay. I'm just taking a while.
So sync or
So you might have to, resynchronize. If you're on an iDevice, if you close it down properly and reopen it, will automatically resync. Otherwise, you can manually resync it.
There's a sync button there.
No.
How's it synced in there?
If anyone needs any help, does anyone need any help to resync?
No.
Does anyone want to borrow my hard copy?
I think we've caught up.
I think they're all right.
I've got copies.
I'm going to go out and link it. I reckon it's just going to happen in a minute.
Happen.
Is it all good?
Yeah.
All right. Well, that meeting was chaired by Deputy Gale this morning, so we've got a mover and a seconder. All those in favour? Against? Thank you. Oops. No, I'll get one. All right. Now, the Community Standing Committee, this is the committee in which Councillor Bell has declared an interest in, so he'll leave the room for the purpose of this one. No, we'll just stay here, we'll just skip around, we'll do the third one. Okay, so leadership and governance will do. Councillors, just skip ahead to that, please, while Councillor Bell's still in the room. So they're on page 29 of that thing. So someone always said having to move those. Moved by Councillor Ross, seconded by Councillor Bigelow. All in favour? Against? Thank you. Right, now we'll do community standing, Councillor Bell. Yep, so this is the Community Standing Committee. And we'll just wait till he gets in.
Keep going.
What's the, how far away is the Councillor making that from the door?
7.5 metres, right?
No.
Only follow the spoken though.
All right, councillors, would someone that's present like to move those minutes, please? Moved by Councillor Cypher, seconded by Councillor Brimblecombe. And that was obviously in relation to obviously those that significant contribution grants, which was excellent. All right, councillors, all in favour? Against? Thank you. All right.
You're back again, Bill.
Right, there is no closed item, is there? No, I don't believe there is. So, general business, councillors.
You've got another load of agenda first. Oh, yeah, you got the second load. You've got the first load of agenda.
The community's vote will be 8-0.
Yeah, we'll get that.
Sorry.
Thank you. So we could have extra eyes. Mr Mayor, there's two load agendas. The one we yet to deal with has 3 reports. One is around the Stomping Communities Program, one is around the Queensland Drought Program submission, and the other one is around the 2018/19 CapEx delivery. So you might have synchronised.
No, we had that one.
And I'm just going to.
All right, councillors, Strong Community Program. Daniel, you want to lead us through that? Councillors, did you sync that? We've had enough syncing for today? Right, okay.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through you, councillors, you will have just received a hard copy of this report, which is slightly different to the one that's on tap. Thank you, Michelle. So the report has been, as you're aware, the Federal Government Stronger Communities Program is it's an annual event, so to speak, and we have 5 particular projects. The hard copy you'll see, the 5 projects, the Marabou Power and Ski Club, the Orion Community Incorporated, the Dingo Hall, Blackwater Art Society, and the Bohemia Historical Association. So the London Docks on Tap will have a Dingo project on there. So at this stage, those are the 5 specific projects that have been put forward from a meeting that CEO, Mayor Marnie and the federal member had presenting those particular projects. So once they come to us, we had to do a little bit of updating to get an idea of where those projects were actually up to. So you'll read in the report a number of suggestions that have been made from our manager of community wrecking facilities about these projects. We also do need to finalise some of the funding. So you'll see, if we can add into the resolution as well, at the bottom of that resolution that you can see in your hard copy, it has the council will allocate a total of $30,000 towards the projects, equaling the required 50% contribution. council can actually provide more than 50%. What we are unclear on at this stage is the final quotes and figures on, in particular, the Blackwater Arts Society and the Virginia Historical Association. So we do need to get some confirmation on some of those figures. That's why there is an anomaly between the report you have in hard copy and the one on Docs on Tap. So what we're currently asking to do is to support or at least approve the 5 projects that have initially come forward, which you can see on the hard copy, and then subject to final details of those projects being finalised, which we will be able to get back to councillors. But at this stage, what I'm unable to do is provide you with the final figures around those 2 projects. So it is a little bit cart before the horse to some extent, but we have a deadline of October the 18th. So that means we don't have another council meeting before then. So I'm hoping to just get that approval there and be able to get finalised details in the next week.
Happy to take any questions. I can add to the General Manager's comments there through you, Mr. Mayor. This is not our process, and it has been somewhat clunky, but to its credit, it's evolved over time. It used to be a case of our council being cooperative with the Flynn electorate around projects of significance. Council used to play an active role in assisting the electorate identify those projects. This has been the first year where the project suggestions have predominantly come from the Flynn electorate through applications made to the domestic Canada. So while I do concede that it is a little bit clunky of a process, the intent is good in that South Charcy communities can take advantage of $60,000, 50% from the federal government, 50% from ourselves. I'm confident that we can make each of these projects work with a little investment in the detail around exactly what the apportionments need to be. So I'm saying the same thing that the General Manager said, and encourage Council to support the recommendation that is there, noting that it's not our process. We're supportive of a process that we're cooperating with the Flynn electorate.
If I can just add to the Mayor, there's probably 2 points I do want to really reinforce. And one of them is there will be opportunities potentially to substitute, whether it's a project, and we're working with the Flynn electorate to determine whether or not we can actually incorporate some of that funding into already existing projects that the council have already supported. So you will note in the report, it does indicate awards. In the summary, it indicates as well in the report that there is a risk. We know that our capital delivery is a risk for our council, so we are providing approval to this and adding more projects. We do want to flag that it does create another risk or an exceeded risk to our capital delivery. So I know we'll need to source the funding through our BR2 process as this continues on. So just some really important points I want to reinforce for council.
Sorry, Councillor.
Sorry, I was going to ask a question of, are we able to, considering this seems to happen every year, and I know we never really know exactly how much the Flynn electorate has, but are we able to put money into the budget so that we're not trying to...
We are able to do that. We need to do that.
And it's also about, I guess there's always just having extra projects to create this extra workload. Also, I guess, trying to plan that into our workload as well. Without, I know it's very difficult because we don't know how many projects it's going to be or what kind of projects they are. We're factoring in, I guess.
And I guess the flip side of that is we're just, and being very respectful, but that's quite rightly pointed out, it's not our process. And what we're going to try and do is obviously be very conscious of what the General Manager has just said about risk to delivering other projects. We're trying to make them so that they're not a risk, and that will probably galvanise us towards which ones may or may not be considered, because it's more about whether there has been a significant community, I suppose, participation in some of those particular projects, rather than it being a significant, I suppose, project that the council has to manage its source. Sorry, Councillor.
So what I was going to say, like, okay, this has happened now and it's happened in the past, but in the future, these are small community projects. These projects should be going through the process of the community grants where we've just extended that new category. That's what these projects should be going to. And if they should get the federal funding, if they're contributing, then for the shortfall of that project, they should be putting into our community grants process. I mean, these projects here in the future will have short-tracked that process that we've just set up.
Yeah, and some of them actually have. Maribyrnong Stiff have actually received the grant in your list today. Yeah. So these, you know, as I said, I'll go back to the point. I'll take the point, Councillor Solomon. I mean, they're really about the member, Flynn, I guess in some way, shape or form, having total discretion about what he would like to fund.
Yeah, but then you shouldn't hold over our head that we've then got to come up with the 50%.
No, and they don't. This is totally discretionary on both counts. I should add to that too, Councillor Solomon. We can say no, and in fact, he gets funding for 5 local government areas, eight within his electorate, and some don't choose to participate.
That's right. Some receive, some are entitled to 20,000 and some are entitled to 30.
It was, so the one, the Orion Community one is for water infrastructure. They're being water carted to the facility. And I take on board Councillor Cypher's point. However, at community consultation, the Orion community were going to do it on their own. That's what it was going to be about. And it was Dowd's office that actually suggested that they put in for it. So, you know, you just sort of, you think then, well, if it's a real need and they're going to do it themselves, but Dowd says, so I understand your point, Scott, about how difficult it is for council, but yeah.
I think
and it's not a workload on council. I mean, because the workload's not on council, it's going to be done by.
Yeah, too. It's not meant to be an onerous particular task. This is very simple, albeit very political process. About how flexible and nimble you can be. You can easily say no and draft these up into the right funding packages and do them over a year. If he's willing to do that, well, then I guess you see how you can accommodate it.
Well, I think, Mr Mayor, Councillor Cypher's onto something there. If we could attach $30,000 to the community grants process and earmark it for a Stronger Communities program and subject it to that process, that takes away a degree of that clunkiness in the way we've been caught up in it. But the important thing is it's opportunities for the community. We don't want to see the communities deprived of that opportunity.
The difficulty with that, Scott, and I get what you're saying, is that though, you know, it's always got to be an incorporated group that applies, like under the current community grants guidelines, it'd be difficult to absorb this particular program within that current framework. You'd have to set something separate up. I just think if these things are important, we should, and these shouldn't be extra items on top of our existing capital program. These should almost be flagged already in the system somewhere if they're important priorities.
But that's the
they may or may not be, yes, but you know, as Councillor Rolfe said, this was raised at community consultation, so we do have an awareness of it here.
But not all of them, Councillor, and through the Mayor, this has been the first year where it is maturing, where these projects are primarily being suggested by Flynn. So they're not driven by CHRC. In the past, we've had an active role in making the suggestions, but Flynn have actually received applications, letters of request for support, and they're coming to us to work with us to identify what are the projects that we're likely to get behind and support. It's a difficult thing.
It is what it is, and if there's a change in government, for example,
that's
they
right.
might never run this program.
Exactly.
So, you know, what do you do?
Here and now, I think the simple fix is to make sure that we have $30,000 in the budget somewhere to complement the federal government budget.
And I'd just like to clarify too, for those that may not be sure, but the Virginia Historical Association is Virginia Springshaw, not, it's not,
It's not big in your,
The Hemi, as you would think.
it's not big in your township.
No. It's the Bohemian Historical Association,
Based in Springfield.
based in Springfield. Just operating over, I think like we've discussed the Blackwater Art Society, and we've been talking to them for about 5 years about their needs, and it is an opportunity for us to get an extra 10 grand to try and get that up and going. I mean, a lot of these things, some of them might have just come out of the air, but some of them have been discussed previously, and some of them are things that council has to do, and it's a helping hand to get us, to get them done.
Well, the Historical Association based in the Central Highlands is actually, it's unincorporated, so it can't actually get, it doesn't meet criteria, so this is the only way, so this is the discussion we had. We raised the Art Society thing because it's been a bit of a burning thing. Every time we go to the Arts Night in Blackwater, we get burnt. And the others were obviously ones that the member, she attends our, Lane attends our community consultation session.
And the Dingo Hall is our asset.
Well, that one, Mr Mayor, might add, there is some confusion. If you read the report, both iterations, the late agenda and the one that's been tabled, you'll see that there's some speculation around the relevance of some of these projects. Understanding is that three-phase power does exist for the Dingo.
It exists, but it doesn't exist at the hall. The reason they want to get the hall is so they're able to get some of your other, you know, your dentistry, your heart caravans for a bit of work. So they know that they're able to get those in there.
I wanted to go on and say, Councillor Fred Mary, that it's been looked at in different contexts. So if there's a need for some disaster resilience generator, there's other mechanisms that we might be able to secure funding for rather than exploit this pool. There's a suggestion that there needs to be some rural firefighting capability with a tank and a diesel electric pump with a diesel electric pump motor attached to it. There's a few, and that's the point the General Manager's making, is that we're going to have to work with the Flynn Electorate further to massage this within the budgetary constraint. So the report today is asking Council to support this on the proviso that we'll have to make it work, and that last sentence that's added to the handout is putting it in context, restricting it to that $30,000 contribution from Council.
And just to clarify, I wasn't against this, I was just saying into the future, there should be a process that it doesn't come out of the left field. And it shouldn't be, these are little projects that have been identified, should be identified through our community grants or something similar.
So, excuse me, just so the wording, Daniel, on the top of page 2, you've got proposal from obviously number 1, Maribyrn Pound Ski, and it includes plus Orion Community in the proposal.
No, that's a separate one.
It should be number 2.
Oh,
It should be under number 2, that's all, you need just to say.
That's only
it's merged in, that's a typo.
Yeah, so that's second part. The real wall is got a new top account.
No.
It's a new topic.
But the Orion one, if you read on, I was just looking at that too, Councillor Rob. It's noted in the table, cost of $10,847, but then it goes on to say that the real cost is another $10,000 more than that. So I don't, that's a pretty big project, isn't it?
It is through you, Mr Mayor. So that's again some of the anomalies that are coming up when the original projects have been suggested to the Flynn Electorate. They've been accompanied with quotes when our officers have gone out because that particular project is one of our projects nonetheless. So we have a different set of quotes which we'll be trying to finalise those figures, which we don't have right now.
So going back to the ski club, we give 5,000 a year, we gave them 5,000 this morning. And Ken's given them 5 grand. Is that the way it is? Yeah.
And they're also in, we just supported their application for a fund for their clubhouse as well. Not as a financial, just giving a letter of support.
Yeah.
To apply. Through their master plan, through our sport and rec officers.
the grant they got might go with the.
I have a question. I'm confused about the Blackwater Arts. Can I just know a full building replacement? due to the project being a full building replacement, are we just identifying that we understand that it's a full building replacement, or are we actually, is there a project now that we have approved to replace the one that they have?
That's correct. So through you, Mr. Mayor, again, another anomaly with this project is that under the fund, they're only able to provide $5,000. We would match that for $5,000, and $10,000 is not going to replace that building. So that's why it's indicated as repairs. The Actual Art Society are not interested in the repairs. So again, we really need to work. There's a bit more work we need to do.
Which building is this where we approved a replacement building on that site?
No, there's no replacement building at this stage.
That's what I'm asking. Is there?
Yeah, we're just repairing that, but there's no funding set aside for a full replacement.
Right, we haven't approved it.
No, not in the budget sense.
No.
This funding will provide them with the impetus to take action.
Yeah.
And you may probably give us another copy of this when it's refined.
Absolutely.
There's an information update coming because we've got that deadline on the 18th of October. As mentioned, Mr. Mayor, it is clunky. We'll do our best to influence it a bit next year round, but go back to that point that we're trying to work with the electorate. It's more their process than anything else.
All right, councillors, the recommendation there, the 5 projects and the secondary handout that you've got is the recognition of the cap. Someone having to move that? Moved by councillor McIntyre, seconded, councillor Daniels. So that's 5 projects there.
Just note that those projects are different on screen. We'll have to
Yeah. Right. So we moved and seconded, all in favour? Against? Good. All right.
So ask Ken for another 20.
I've changed already.
Daniel's in the hot seat. The next item is in relation to route program submission.
It is, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, this report has been pieced together as well. Apologies for the lateness of it, but to seek your support to do a submission to the Government's Department of Agriculture issues route review, program review. So I'll also note that Councillor Nixon and Councillor Rolls attended on Monday night the review itself, one of the many reviews that they're holding in Longreach. So the idea is to get your support for the specific 3 recommendations, and number 4 there is to have an open discussion around anything that's been missed that you would like to see expanded on in the submission itself.
So those, just to clarify, councillors, in addition to what Mr. Fletcher said, through the Mayor, those 3 are just suggestions. You don't have to run with those, but they were just to stimulate thinking. And we did talk yesterday, taking some notes down on the types of issues you might want to include. The key ones that stood out for me, just to stimulate some discussion, were around educating landholders to seek individual route declarations. We talked about the disaster resilience strategy and biosecurity risks with fodder coming into the area from, well, I guess unknown sources. There are a few standouts, but there are others we talked about as well. So I guess all we're asking, or the General Manager is asking today, is if you can give us the high-level dot points, then we'll go away and build the submission and make sure that it's in by the 19th of October. If there's an opportunity, we can circulate it for a quick review prior to lodging it. But we want those high-level dot points, and we'll expand them. And I think the General Manager's view is that we'll probably enlist some outside support to help us put that submission together. The key point is that while it's a landholder-based forum, our local members encouraging us as a council to make a submission.
Also, it's got the drought review panel have said that to the local governments to actually be involved in the submission process. They don't want to hear just from individuals. So they were quite certain that they needed to hear from local government. That first point there is the for the distribution of the bags is actually a federal issue. So while Ruth and Charles did talk about federal issues, they are a state government review board, so it's rather more around the state government ground.
They did talk about that that's having an impact on why they're in a worse situation now because of the freeze on bags, and yeah, so.
They can draft it out if they want to, but I mean, I think if there's a consistency around the reference to bags, it does have an impact.
And the thing is that, like, they have contact with the feds, and there were a couple of other issues that were federal ones as well. So, but anyway, I'll go through our dot points with you tomorrow if that's okay.
Yeah. Well, I think we need to hear, Mr. Mayor, the high level today, if you can.
The dot points?
Yeah, high level ones today.
Yep.
Well, all I just want to say is, does anyone need to go home before we've got to get the capital?
Yeah,
stuff?
I've got to leave very shortly.
So I don't think you're going to get them today, I think you're going to have to send them in.
Well, okay, councillors, if that can be a priority task, because we need time to engage someone and get them started on writing. We want to do a good job, but.
Yeah, I think one of the things that I've noticed throughout this whole drought conversation is, and you know, we talk a lot about this at industry level, and that is, and it's a conversation that not many people want to talk about in the media at all, because it doesn't, it's something that not many people want to hear, and that is that what you're seeing on the TV is not representative of what's going on. And at the end of the day, my observations and the observations of others is that people really need help around decision making. A lot of people get into a terrible situation because they don't know when and how to make a decision. They become so emotionally invested in a scenario, and you know, it's a big thing to let your stock go, or it's to me, that's the thing that I see, is people just don't know when to make a decision and what that might look like in a business. So that's one thing, and I did raise, as most of you know, on the board of a private girls' boarding school, and I do know from having conversations through our principal and the Grammar Schools Association that children that live in rural and remote communities that have no other option but to send their children to boarding school, they form the biggest part of our aged debtors report. So there is a big problem around affordability and education. So yeah, that's just a couple of things that I know. I think, well, you know, the first thing that I talked about, I think, is the most important. I think to get into a situation and get on a mouse where they can't get off, and they have got stuff that are dying, and that's
mental health becomes an issue.
It's not that they can't make the decisions, they know the right decisions in their part. But we don't have the financial support and understanding where they are. We're the ones that are letting them there. Well, not we, as in us, but I mean.
It's a conversation no one wants to have, and I know in the role that Howard has with Cattle Council in Australia, he has talked about this in many media interviews, and they won't play it.
No,
they don't want to,
because it's not sensational. It's not set. It's not tragic enough.
Yeah, at the end of the day, a lot of, I hate to say it, a lot of these terrible situations where people have got available commodity in the paddock, and at the moment, there's, you know, it's not like cattle and sheep are not worth something. They're at an all-time, well, that, you know, you're getting great prices for cattle and sheep. There's no excuse to hold on to them any day. Yeah, look, it's not easy, and it's part of what I'm saying feeds into this, because there are financial considerations that play as to why.
Well, they've got to pay tax on it, haven't they?
Well, they have set up that fund where they can put loans, tax later. If they think it's going to rain tomorrow, wouldn't it be awful if they sell today and it rain tomorrow? That's how their mindset.
So councillors, Mr. Green, we captured that one as item 5 up there, educational capacity building for rural enterprise business management, both operational decision making, financial and strategic plans.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And I think it's a good point. Number 5 there is. Number 5 on education, we did discuss this and with the ICPA.
Oh, no.
Different education. You're talking about capacity building education, not boarding school education.
That's right.
Yeah. So this is a separate item, isn't it?
Yeah, and we discussed that as well, the education capacity building.
Yeah.
And we don't want to go down the path of the Western Australia plan that was in train about, I think it's 7 or 8 years ago. And we made mention of that as well. So it ended up being by a Toyota fund, that one. What was that? Education, government payments to consultants and accountants and what have you for education of, and it wasn't being used for the right purpose. So there's lots of things that we have discussed all of those things and Councillor Nixon has made notes. Was going to raise with you, Daniel, tomorrow.
So how does this resolution capture what we want to do, apart from these and others to be advised?
That's what I've done, Mr. Mayor. We didn't really pick up on the transfer payments one, but we've got sidetracked, so we put 7 in there to say others to be advised by councillors to the CEO by close of business tomorrow, because we really need that so that we can go away and then build it. So if that's a way to curtail discussion now, and put councillors on the spot for some homework, then we'll get in them.
Well, the problem will be, I guess it's not about the discussion, as long as we get the points and draft them up, then we can discuss the outcomes and make sure the document.
And it'd be good if people are feeding more in, just to include us all in that, so that we.
That gives us 7 working days, I think, to get it written and then get feedback.
Well, what they really want is a recommendation, like they know all the things that are happening, but they want to be able to go to government and say, well, with the boarding school, yes, every family should have so much, a cap of funds or to go to the school or something like that, or subsidised travel that they can prove. I mean, it's the recommendations that they're looking for.
And what I do know is that the gap between what you get from the state government in the form of, I think it's the assistance for isolated children versus the federal funding, which is original away from home allowance. What if you look, and we talked about this yesterday, that figure has not changed for many years. It's with the increments that's increased has not gone up with the real cost of accommodating children in boarding schools. So
just say it again, Joe, sort of captain, they said they're trying to get some word there.
I'm happy to email something through as well.
Yeah, email, because
so what I'm trying to say is the government subsidy, both state and federal government subsidies, and some of it includes a small amount for textbooks and tuition, textbooks and travel. It's really not changed in 10 years. So boarding school fees are increasing every year. Most schools put their fees up, but the gap between the subsidy and what the fees are is great. And what we're seeing at the moment is families that have no other option but to send their children away to boarding school forming big part of the age debtors report, so that they're not even able to pay the boarding side of things, and that to me says they can't even afford to feed their kids, because if the kids were at home, they'd be feeding them. So they're just falling further and further behind. It's a big problem, but the answer to that is I would suggest a payment to the schools, and not via the family because the schools never get it, but direct to the schools where those children are enrolled. But, you know, and what the criteria around that would be, but the 94, as I said, and it's just a one-off payment to people that are in drought-affected areas that can demonstrate, you know, enrolment at boarding schools or whatever.
Look, yeah, so we might try and adopt that as we can and get those other documents in the workplace in tomorrow. So someone have you read that? Moved by Charlie, councillor Brindlecombe, seconded. Councillor Godwin-Smith.
Mr Mayor, just before you put that on, we were working away trying to capture some of those thoughts, so it might be prudent just to have a real quick look at what we've done, because it may not reflect the will of council. But you've got the first 3 points. Number 4 can be deleted. We'll delete that out. 5 was a rough shot at trying to understand the business decision-making capacity of enterprise owners and operators. 5 was about the IDPs. 6 it's pretty rough, but we're trying to pick up what Councillor Godwin-Smith's saying. We can improve on that once you send something through. We've got it there, improved form. And the last one was just the homework for elected members. It is on the run a bit, and I appreciate the meetings going over time, but it's an important body of work. That's what we've done while the discussion was taking place. That's what you've got moving sectors there. If you have
Well,
to
number
say
6 could be just support, financial assistance to boarding student. I'll send
Not
something.
just
Should I
boarding,
know?
not just
Yeah,
boarding,
that's
but,
right.
yeah. And that's the sort of assistance that they want. It's not just.
Just leave it at that.
We'll fix item 6 to reflect what.
The drought affects the mechanic that sends his kids to the local, supports the local school teacher.
But then if you're just going to report it, please just take boarding out from schools, just in schools. Just the boarding part, just for the process of reporting this, we're not going to, yes. And then it'll be.
I'm just telling you, that's where the big problem is in the boarding, not so much the good day student.
The ICPA putting in the detail reporting.
So I would like to say, have the word boarding there, because I believe that's one of the challenges.
Well, all I'm trying to avoid there is obviously then other communities where kids are actually moving into accommodation in town to go to a public school, staying at schools. So
Well, that's another one. All I know is that's the problem.
Yep.
It's the problem in the
Accuse them, Mr. Mayor, to actually go to another meeting and go.
Okay, could you put an apology in, this is to the Capella manager?
Yes.
Could you put an apology in, please?
Yes, no worries.
All right. So that's going to be number 7, then number 8.
Well, if you take out 7, then what we've done is it's a poor approach to it, Mr. Mayor, but we've tried to cover it all in item 7. Once the dot point feedback comes through tomorrow, then we can get started on developing the submission, and as indicated, we'll circulate the prior document.
Before we go there, can you please, can those thoughts be emailed out to us so that we can?
If you want to bump that report, Mr. Mayor, you can do that at the next meeting, next one, to discuss.
I'm going to go
Which one?
Yeah, look, in council, just before we move on in the spirit of this, I don't want to rush this. The Western Queensland Drought Appeal, which is around obviously that, I suppose, proven methodology is actually supporting communities that Councillor Nixon and Councillor Roll obviously heard about at Longreach. That's a thought that drought appeal still stands. To date, certainly council has not made a contribution to any of that fund. At the moment, council usually has a budget of about $120,000 that we, I guess, discretionally apply to different things during the course of the year. To date, we've spent less than $12,000 of that. So I guess council, is there any consideration in making a contribution to that Western Queensland drought appeal? In the way that obviously we know that it'll turn into meaningful assistance to people in the form of those cards that are working out those Western communities.
I'd just like to make a comment that this is one appeal that actually gets to the people, the landholders and the businesses. They're working very hard to make sure that the whole community is benefiting. And there are other groups out there that don't do the job as well. So, yeah, I'd like to support that we donate to this and probably suggest about 5,000.
Councillor Taylor, all right, you'd like to move that, Councillor Nixon? Councillor Nixon moved that we support a contribution from the Central Highlands Regional Council to the Western Queensland Battlefield, an amount of $5,000. Second by Councillor Rock. Councillors all in favour? Yes, thank you. Thank you for that. Who's against?
Mr Mayor, if we could just move back, I don't believe we've got nomination and seconded, but I believe we didn't go, the CEO rejected and looked at it, revisited it, but we didn't put it to the floor.
So we didn't do what?
We didn't put it to the floor for a vote. We had a move and a second, and the CEO rejected and we moved item 3 to the floor, I should say.
So it has been moved and seconded. Thank you, Councillor McIntyre, you're on fire. All in favour? Against? Thank you.
Now it's 8.
All right, councillors, the next item, and thank you very much, Arun and Margaret, for being very patient, is in relation to the capital works delivery update.
That last, because Councillor Seifel wasn't here.
It'll be 8-0.
It'll be 8.
Yeah. Sorry, thank you. So, councillors, for a big day, you're very, very sharp at the end, so that's all working very well. So, so in the absence of Gerard, Jason, you going to lead this off?
Yeah, I am.
Oh, sorry. Oh, well, just one Jason, the other Jason number 1, yes.
Councillors, this report really serves to provide an update in relation to the capital delivery for the 2018-19 financial year. As we did the adoption of Budget Review 1 last month, certainly the question was raised on Council's capability to deliver its capital works programs across the entirety of the year. This matter has been considered by ELT and we put our thinking caps on in terms of going back to review the project maturity assessments that were done as part of the budget process, and this report provides an early but high level analysis of what that review shows. So listed on the first page of the report, there are a number of circumstances that may impact certainly our delivery, looking at weather, impact of grants, certainty and timing of other external revenue streams, the maturity of the planning that was associated with the projects that have been listed, and then other technical and engineering solutions that we may require further assistance with. The report will go on to examine and discuss the multi-criteria assessment and maturity with which projects have been granted some level of assessment around our ability to deliver those as an organisation. The last paragraph in that opening is really about addressing what we might call the accelerated delivery model, which is referenced in the back end of the report, but the additional resources required to develop that accelerated delivery model will be the subject of a report that my colleague, the General Manager of Infrastructure and Utilities, will table at the 23rd of October council meeting, and that's about how we gain the capacity as an organisation to continue to deliver the capital works. I've asked Margaret and Arun to join us, and I'll hand over to Margaret now to talk about that maturity assessment and the multi-criteria assessment as we talk through page 2 of that report. Margaret, if you can just talk to that early analysis, thanks.
Thank you, Jason, and through the chair, and hello again to councillors. There's just a bit of a recap on the 18-19 capital works program development. We conducted quite a lot of, I have to say, a crude approach, but still better than previously, where we applied what we call a multi-criteria analysis. And as described there in the report, we applied a particular weighting along an operational plan alignment, confidence in deliverability, confidence on estimated costings, scoring if the project was a compliance, a new project, a renewal or an upgrade, and risk, avoided risk and execution risk. And of the entire budget, approximately 300 projects were assessed against that multi-criteria analysis. I have to stress to say that it wasn't an evidence-based, so we did this in consultation with the management team, but if we were given a, say, like a 90%
confidence of deliverability and a 90% confidence in detailed costings, we didn't go to the next step and say, well, give us some assurance and show us how you've actually come up with that 90%. What is that based on? We didn't go to that next step. So I just wanted to make sure that I made that point there. That's certainly part of the what we call the improvement process for the 1920 budget. As you can see there in the table, approximately $30 million were assessed at very high in terms of confidence of deliverability within this financial year. About $8.5 million very high confidence, and approximately 3 million, 2.5 around the moderate to low. I'm just going to let or ask Arun to just quickly talk to a bit of analysis that we've done between the 2012-13 budgets and now in terms of deliverability.
Thank you, Mark. Through the chair, if I could, councillors, just draw your attention on page 3 under the heading current expenditure. At the time when we compiled this report, we still had pending accruals to be posted in the accounting ledger, and I've quoted their figure saying there's a 35% backlog. That figure has now been revised down to somewhere around 20 to 25%. And the graphs and the tables just above that heading basically give you a quick snapshot of Council's previous 6 years of capital expenditure compared to the original budgets. And if we take a very simple approach, a simple average would equate to 70% of our actuals, which we've delivered against the original budgets. So that has been the norm. With the highest budget obviously being delivered in 16-17, which is almost 99% accuracy. With that, I'll quickly touch on the project maturity assessment and the method we use, as Mark mentioned. It was a very simple approach taken where we looked at tenders open, tender closed, but not awarded, and purchase orders open or not in the system. Whilst that happens to be a very, very simple approach, it does highlight the fact that the results in this report are taken in a snapshot of time. It's not to say that these projects are not born mature, but basically we're saying that these projects probably need to be matured in the first half of the financial year for delivery in the second half of the financial year. This is especially true when, if we look at our current cash flow forecasts, 60 to 65% of our original adopted budget is forecasted to be delivered in the second half of the financial year. That kind of leaves us that we have forecasted somewhere around 35 to 40% to be achieved by December. The other point which I'll quickly touch on is there are some grant funding projects which we still await outcome on. We were not sure whether we get the funding for these projects, so those projects are subject and completely contingent on the grant funding opportunities. In the event that we do not get council grant funding opportunities, we will have to revisit these projects and assess the MCA scoring criteria on them, whether those projects need to be delivered this year or the following year.
In that table, the Botanic Gardens West, that's been funded. That was funded last financial year. Am I correct, Tony?
Which table, incident? First one or second one?
The $662,000.
Yes, yeah. That's because I remember us moving it in and out of reserves.
So what was the original question?
That's been funded, the Botanic Gardens West upgrade.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably we've got a west one and an east one as well.
Yeah.
Probably that probably is the east one rather than the west one.
No,
East one.
the east one hasn't been funded because it hasn't been planned yet.
Okay.
Anyway, it's funded now.
Okay.
Just for clarification, sorry, just for my benefit. So the $662,024, that's in the 18-19 budget.
Yes.
So what we're saying is there's been no multi-criteria assessment conducted?
No, there was.
There was.
Yeah, there was. But these projects were marked as partly funded to grant funding projects.
Right.
So what Arun is saying there is we're just highlighting the risk that if we don't receive the funding,
Yeah.
obviously there's a direct correlation with the deliverability and expenditure of the full program. Just wanted to highlight that.
Yeah.
And just to provide clarity around the second paragraph on that page where we talk about the early analysis of projects up to $19 million may be considered at risk. There are bulked up programs in there around reseals and footpath programs and stuff that's done on bulk. So the early analysis is, you know, where's the planning at? Is there a tender let on it? Are the specifications drawn up yet? You know, that work obviously is happening in the background through infrastructure. So the $19 million, you know, whilst shown wholly at risk, there's still a fair delivery of that will occur because those things are scheduled, as Arun said, in the back end of the year. So we need to get some more, you know, detailed analysis done on those projects. It's really about highlighting, you know, in large chunks where we're looking at the project maturity as an indication of our ability to deliver. So the report's not necessarily to alarm, it's more to inform the other areas where we need to continue our exploration and investigation around making sure that the project delivery and the identified cash flows actually have some level of real alignment at this point in time.
I wonder, through you, Mr. Mayor, question to Mr. Bradshaw is, do you think that there's any benefit in accompanying CapEx reporting with some sort of a delivery timeframe schedule? So rather than that, what's been, I suppose, a traditional level of anxiety in the boardroom around will we deliver or won't we deliver? The conversations can be more around which projects were not started that should have been started, and so that the reasoning may be, probably answer my own question, but the reasoning might then be around the justification for what might be a dozen at-risk projects rather than the whole CapEx budget per se. I wonder if there's a question, it is a question, is there a better way that we can report on CapEx delivery?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes. Part of that will come through the accelerated delivery model. We did see at the Finance and Infrastructure Committee this morning a Gantt chart showing forecasted projects and the deliveries. We're yet to do a reconciliation between that Gantt chart and our proposed cash flows that we have at this point in time. So when we get a greater level of preparedness attached to the project funding, we can then infuse that into our reporting back to council so that it's much more clearly aligned in terms of what will happen and when it will happen. The report goes on to talk in a little bit more detail about that accelerated delivery model, and I won't labour that because that's really the purpose of the report to council at its next general meeting. There are other influences that we have identified that we're yet to really, I suppose, quantify. The first of those is the impact of weather on our works. Now, that's whether it rains or whether it doesn't, no pun intended. That's really about if we don't have water, then that will have an impact on our ability to deliver. If we get lots and lots of rain, then that also has an ability on our impact to, also has an influence on our ability to deliver. So we're yet to really identify that, and I won't put my colleague on the spot next to me about that because it's really just an unknown at this point in time. One of the other influences there identified is the current changes in the local economic conditions. Obviously, as the competition for resources from the resource sector ramps up in our community, then our ability to secure local contracting and deliver through local models may also require a higher degree of forward planning from our perspective, and then also understanding, you know, our existing resource constraints that we have, and then what leverage we get through the accelerated delivery model, part of which includes the ability to use additional expertise that can help fast track some of the engineering services, design and delivery components associated with getting work done. So the two attachments really list, I suppose, those project maturities that we've identified at this time as having a high degree of deliverability, and then the second attachment really is the complete maturity listing that we had as we develop the 2018-19 budget process. The disclosure of all that information is really to make sure that we're giving everything we have in front of us to council and being as open and transparent as we can around projects and their maturity, understanding that there's more work to be done. We've only had limited time to compile this report from the last general meeting of council. It's intended to take this information to a further degree of confidence, workshop that back through fellow general managers and take, I suppose, a more considered and holistic approach as we prepare for the accelerated delivery model to come on board. So happy to commit to a further report into November as we have a clear level of understanding what that project delivery can assist with. You will note there in the report that we are expecting to be able to start in that last week of October with the accelerated delivery program should the tender process conclude and the successful tenderer be advised. There is time for that to start almost immediately. I'm happy for any of the other general managers to make a comment and then to answer questions from the council.
Thank you, through the chair. I think I've made an adequate comment today through the various committee meetings in regards to commercial services projects.
Through to Mr. Mayor as well, I think from a committee's perspective, we've planned and scheduled the current capital projects all to be delivered, so we have none at risk at this stage, but again with reference to some potential risks going forward, and obviously any further capital projects that get put on top of the already large list will create some challenges, but we'll be able to report that back to council. So nothing further from my end.
And yeah, I'll read out through the chair. As presented to the Financial Infrastructure Committee this morning, we are on track as of the end of September. It's difficult to take a snapshot, as Margaret and Jason have alluded to the fact that, particularly in open tenders or tenders to outsource the work, tender validity periods are often restricted to about 3 months. So any work we are undertaking in the second half of the year, we can't go out to market until basically just before the project. So all the planning can be done. You don't have open purchase orders or tender processes until you're ready to hit the ground in line with that program of works that was presented this morning. So from our point of view, we are well on track to deliver what's needed.
So, Mr. Mayor, at this point in time, we're highlighting, I suppose, the risks that we see attached to the capital program, how we're going to mitigate those risks in the short term and into the longer term, and commit to bring a further report back to the council in November that updates the information around that delivery. Happy to answer any further questions.
And I guess my comment would be that I would expect every general manager here to say that, because the implication of the discussion last meeting was about, if in fact some of that risk manifests itself, are we making sure that we're working on, let's find alternative ways, or let's do our best work at making sure that, notwithstanding, suppliers, tenderers and other people falling over, are we committed to making sure that, we're driving towards finishing all those things. It's not about, am I going to do this? Look, bad luck's happened to me. I can go back and tell the boardroom it just didn't happen. And that's the sort of thing I think that was the sentiment I think very much around it. I mean, that may not be something that can be responded to, but that's sometimes, I guess you'd say, the perception that people have and this boardroom might have. We've got a fairly big chunk of meat on our plate. We are committed to getting into it, but we're just very comfortable there when something, a setback happens, and we're just quite comfortable to come back and say we're going to actually hold that back till next year, or we're going to leave that till next March, and that's fine for the purpose of the conversation. But at the end of the day, it's doing two things. It's not keeping people comfortable in this room and giving them some sort of satisfaction of things that are happening. And it probably says then that, that process that we're talking about today isn't working, that we're not taking that amount of risk that says, it's an amount of risk based on it being 97% accurate rather than 80% or 75% accurate, and saying 25% is tolerable. We'll go back into the board and say, hey, look, we didn't get to 80, if we got to 60, wasn't that pretty good? And it probably is pretty good, but at the end of the day, is that what this is about?
No, Mr Mayor, and I note that Councillor Rolfe has a hand up, I would like to make a comment on this one.
I appreciate the work that you've done. I mean, it's good to. However, if going through each quarter, you get a department that says, no, well, for whatever reason, we can't do that, it's above 90%, high priority. If you can't do that one, but you can do something else, so step them up. Don't just say, oh, we can't do it, and then leave it behind. But, if you have to put it back a bit, well, step into something else rather than just saying, oh, no, we can't do that. So it drops off, but make sure that you're continually doing some capital work so that you are getting through the work.
Yeah, not a direct response to that, Mr Mayor, I think the key point is I think that we, the boardroom and the administration are maturing to a better discipline of being able to complete CapEx. The graph on page 12 tells a sobering story, and I do encourage councillors to have a look at that's the vertical bar graph that shows our historic performance. There are our results, they don't lie. That's what we have said we would do, and that's what we have done. So 16, 17, fantastic year, but it's an anomalous year. We can't look at that and say, well, we can do that every year, because at the moment, our track record is, as you can see, the dark green bar is actual delivery, and the light green bar is anticipated delivery. And we understand all too well, and you've made it abundantly clear that the expectation from the boardroom and the community, and to an extent, our taxation methodology is predicated on being able to achieve a certain quantity. The discipline we need to get to as fast as possible is being able to get done near as close as possible to what we say we're going to do. I note that our operational plan that's been adopted by Council Lever has a bullish target of 95% delivery of the capital program, and that's where we need to be able to get to. The point is that this PMO approach will help us to know in being able to achieve what we set out to achieve. The challenge is that the PMO needs to have started 3 months before the financial year starts in order for it to work. So it will have a positive impact on this year's capital delivery. It'll have a better better impact on the 19-20 capital delivery. But if I go back to where I started, and this maturing discipline, which I'm proud of, there's more to achieve. Being able to subscribe to that PDF methodology and framework and that rigorous approach to, we're not putting something